Morning, Kinky Streets. I'll be right back. Let you guys get settled in before this magnificence starts. From somewhere in the United States of America is Trucker John O.T.R. Who knows where I'll be live streaming from? It could be a rest area. It could be a truck stop. Or maybe even a Walmart parking lot. That's right, every Tuesday and Thursday 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Give or take, give or take.
It's the Trucker John OTR live stream. That's right. It's going down. It's going down.
It's going right down the tubes. Right down. It's going. It's just. Yeah. It's gone. It's gone. Yeah. Woo! It's cold out there still. Chilly. Anyhow, thanks for being here, everybody. Do appreciate you checking in with me. We're going to go on a little drive today. I am at the Pilot here in Central Point, Oregon, which is basically Medford. You know, in case you don't know the area. But you might not even know where Medford is, you know, but maybe you've heard of it. Be heading down into California today. Kinky Street says, I've decided to leave my YouTube channel, in which the talking head says Garland is doing a good job. If he was, Santos would have not made it on the election ballot. Your YouTube channel, which YouTube channel are you talking about? Are we gonna be, is it a guessing game, or I don't know which one you're talking about. I think Garland's an asshole. You and I think we've had this conversation. You read my chat wrong. I guess I did. I guess, should I back her up? I have decided to, leave any. Yeah. Somehow I put that any, the A and the N look like an M. I need new glasses. Anyhow, I agree that Garland sucks. Stephanie B2 is in agreement. I think a lot of us are in agreement. The guy's not. Look, I'm judge. Maybe I'm being judgy. I'm sounding judgy here. But I think the guy is a little milquetoast little pussy. You know, have a fucking backbone. The guy. They always say he's just really soft spoken, but he really is, like a badass or whatever. Well, I don't see that. The proof's in the pudding, right? He's as far as I'm concerned, mamby pamby whamby damby, jammy little wuss. Okay, I said it. There, I said it. It's out there. It's in the YouTube universe. I said it. I can't take it back. I don't want to take it back. Anyhow, we got Wes. Hey! Wes is here. Jackie, Kinky Street, Jolie. All right, Jolie. Stephanie B2. I'm trying to get Sugar John to tell me if he's going by Lodi on 5 so I can give him some avocados. Well, that sounds really cool. I'm gonna be going down I-5. I don't know if I'll be able to stop though. KO says Pudding, a former actor who we don't name. Pudding. Okay. You lost me on that one. Pudding. Kinky Street's election. 72, well stated, John. Kinky Street's all federal crimes. West Web, nothing happens fast. The powers that be are trying to maintain a balance. Nothing happens fast. How many freaking years do we have to wait? If I've seen other things where if you're some poor black dude or even a poor white dude, you're going to be hauled into jail and you're going to be convicted lickety split. Okay, don't give me this fucking bullshit about shit going slow and all that shit. There are two, if you're connected or whatever, you get treated differently. No big if you can't. Well, yeah, we'll see. I'll see where I'm at, where I'm at, and but I am going through there. But I might just be not able to stop. Depends. Let's see. Rockford, Illinois is getting 8 inches of snow. That's what she said. 70B2 says 2 years. Kinky Street says thanks, John. Jackie says hi, 70B2. 70B2 says look how fast Brazil settled theirs. Well, yeah, but that is, to be fair, that, you know, it's kind of hard to compare country to country, but I understand your point. I mean, I understand, yeah. I mean, look what they did. They had their Jan 6ers, which was whatever that date was, just, you know, a couple months ago, or whatever it was. And they dealt with it harshly, but I don't know about the whole Brazil justice system, and, you know, I mean, I do think, you know, I mean, who knows, right? What's up? The Justice Department is letting New York do its thing first. Yeah, but still, it's been years and years and years and years. Might not even have to go to federal. Sonny B2 says hi, Jackie. KO says Jello pudding commercial. Oh, woo! That went right over my head. Right over my head there. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Julie says, wow, 8 inches of snow. That's crazy. Kinky Street says West Garland sucks. Santos committed several federal crimes before his election, and he's still walking the streets. Why aren't they indicting that motherfucker, or at least extraditing him to Brazil, where we know they do have a swift justice system? West Webb says Brazil is still in turmoil. Jolie says our temp is going to drop 30 degrees overnight tonight. Stephanie B2 says, and Georgia, yeah, Georgia's going after Trump. Kinky Street says 63 degrees Fahrenheit in New York City right now, 35 above normal. And Kinky Street says it's truly sad that Bill Cosby committed such crimes. Can't enjoy all the references associated with his career. Yeah, Bill Cosby, what a fucker, man. Because I remember, you know, I liked him. I watched him as a kid in the 60s with I Spy. That's really how I remember. Or that's my first thing. And plus, we had those comedy albums. We had a couple of his comedy albums, and who didn't listen to, like, the, you know, the Chicken Heart? What was the one about the big chicken heart, right? I mean, I listened to those all the time when I was a little kid. I loved those Bill Cosby records, and I loved I Spy, and I thought he was really cool, like a cool dude, right? And apparently, his let's just call it what it is, his raping. Let's not pussyfoot around it. The guy's a fucking rapist, serial rapist, and he was apparently doing that shit even back in the 60s or whatever, and a long history of it. And the guy deserves to just not have any, to just be associated with being that, and not anything, like you say, not anything good that he did, anything entertaining that he did. That's just, let's flush all that down the toilet, because he's a monster. The guy's a monster. I don't care what anybody says. So anyhow, apparently you guys can hear me okay, because I've seen responses. Westwood says my sister, a pretty flight attendant at the time, sat next to the cause at dinner one night, said that he was charming, but was warned not to be alone with him even back then. Yeah, and keep your hand over your cup, right? King says many comedians have a dark side. Stephanie B2, does Hal have a dark side? Oh yes, he does. I don't know. King says yes, Hal likes Kiss. And Stephanie B2 says kinky. Kinky Streets. Oh, Kiss. Gene Simmons likes bragging about the thousands of women he had. They call me Rose. Hey Rose. They call me Rose. And everyone, she says hi. Have a great day. KO says 30B2 only when he sings "Van in a Box." Oh yeah. West Webb says, I'm laughing out loud. Kiki 30B2 says, hey Kenneth. Hey Kenneth. You know what's that REM song? All right, guys, I gotta get going. It's already freaking 10:15. KO says 70B2. My dark side comes out when people tell me not to sing. Ooh. My dark side comes out when the sun goes down because it gets dark. All right, I'm just trying to think what's the best way to get out of here, because some of them situations, it's kind of, you got all these trucks coming in, you got the fuel islands over there. All right, so here's the plan. Interstate 5 is just right directly in front of me. I just got to make my way over there, get on Interstate 5, head southbound. We're only about 33 miles to the state line, but we do have a big giant mountain to climb. If you recall, for those of you that have been following along on previous live streams, we just made this climb, was it last week? This is the Ashland Mountain, and when you get to the summit, it's like the highest point on I-5 in the history of I-5. So we're going to be going up there. I believe it's clear. I don't think they got any snow. I heard the Grapevine got snow a couple of nights ago, but that's all gone by now. That's way down. We won't be there till tomorrow anyhow. As far as I know, it's just cold, but it hasn't been snowing or anything like that. So the roads are going to be nice and clear. As far as I know, as far as I could tell. And let's see, what are we talking about here? West Webb, Kenneth is bronze, I'm turquoise. See, I don't, on my thing, on my iPad, everybody's gray. So, as far as like the name, right? Is that what we're talking about? Kinky Street says, don't hear Robert Plant bragging about such things. Julie says, hey, the company Rose, thanks for dropping in. Stephanie B2 says, trying to get past procrastination and get my cabinet finished. West Webb says, Rose is the same color as me. Turquoise. So I think are you watching through Firefox? I thought, Wes, you said something about, I bet like Firefox maybe makes colors or something. Because on my thing, it's just, everyone's gray. Except for Jolie is blue, because she's got the wrench. 70B2 says pink. And then 70B2 says happy and safe trucking job will be here. Alright, yeah, you guys want to go for a ride? We're going to check out, starting off in Oregon, and then we'll be in California. And Edge, but it happens in Firefox too. I think I'm on Edge. Well, I'm just directly on YouTube, actually, so I don't know. Kinky Street says, Dims need to step up the pressure on Garland instead of appeasing his slow pace. I know, right? It's like, I think you've crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's by now, goddammit. You know? Fuck. West Webb says, Kinky and Ken are the same color. We're all the same color on the inside, Wes. Whatever that means. Okay, so, I think we're going to take off. I think I'm going to listen to some Tom Hartman while we drive. If you guys don't mind. Or whatever. I mean, I know Tom has fallen out of favor with a lot of people. It seems like. I mean, I do have Tony Michael's podcast is on here. They're still going live. I could do that. But I like to have something playing, in the background, or like as I'm driving, because I'm not gonna be able to read the guys' chats anyhow. So I might as well have something playing, right? You guys don't mind that, right? If I play something on the radio or on the speaker here while we're driving. All right, Steph says whatever you want. Alrighty then. Play what you want. All right, guys. It'll probably be either Tom Hartman or Tony Michaels. I know Kinky Street likes Tony. I think better than Tom. But anyhow, so we're gonna get rolling. Rolling. I guess we can see what Tony Michaels. They've got pictures of Jack Smith, so they'll probably be talking about that. Let's see. I'm gonna turn up the volume, see what's going on. This guy likes to cuss a lot.
So wrong to establish a precedent where a legislative official could be called into a court by an executive branch.
You are not a legislative official.
All right, guys.
Motherfucker. You're not. You're the Vice President of the United States.
Let's get rolling.
This is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of, this speech and debate clause. And the reason why it's really fucking stupid is because it's not like it's been 100 years since this has been challenged. It's been months. Lindsey Graham challenged this same stupid fucking thing for the same stupid fucking reason and lost. He's gonna fucking lose. Mike Pence is gonna lose this effort. Into trying to convince the court
he's stalling.
that he can hide crime behind the speech and debate clause.
It's a stall tactic.
It's not a fucking thing. It's not. We know that from the decisions.
And he's trying to curry some sort of favor with Trump's base.
That runs against literally.
By saying, see, that he's fighting this shit.
American law, but
no
common law.
No.
We're going to stand for that principle because
what the fuck does that mean, common law? What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? He's just making shit up now. And you know he's just making shit up, and the reason why is because his attorneys has told him this phrase. And he's trying to memorize it, and he's trying to get every point in that the attorneys told him to say in this moment, because they knew they were going to get this question. So he's trying to, position himself where he doesn't fucking say anything you don't want to say out in the open, microphone. That's why he looks fucking dumb. That's why he looks stupid. Because this is a stupid argument, but this is their fucking argument. I mean, a lot of their arguments are dumb.
this is a separation of powers.
Nope,
And that's
not
why
the high
we're prepared
crime.
to
Not the
take
high
this fight
crime.
into the court.
Go fight and go lose, you dumb motherfucker. Go lose. And you should be excited out there that Mike Pence is he's challenging this. Folks, the only reason why I'm talking about this morning, and we get to spin this narrative, and we get to talk more about it, and you can talk about it to whoever you can talk about it to, is because Mike Pence is challenging this.
Not really.
We are able to mock these motherfuckers.
Okay, I just now
because they
saw
are
it,
acting
but
so goddamn.
I was just
complacent
adjusting
and
my
stupid.
camera thing here.
This is not going to end well for
Kiki
them.
says Tom is fine.
I mean, as long as we stay engaged.
Oh,
it will
Tony
not
Michaels
end
pissed
well.
you off.
And if needs be, take it to the Supreme
He loves
Court.
Garland.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
On
okay.
January 6th, President Trump was...
Okay, take it to the Supreme Court of the United States. They really think them Trump judges are going to say. Here's the problem. Is that
we
they
can see
didn't
what's going on
save
over here.
Lindsey Graham. No, all right? They didn't
Hartman.
save Lindsey Graham. They're not going to save Mike Pence either.
I can find him.
Here is Mueller, she wrote. Allison Gill of Mueller, she wrote, has this statement here from Trump, and I'm going to read the statement. But she said,
Missed my opening rant tonight? It's usually published over at HartmanReport.com, where you can read it and share it with your friends for free. Check it out, HartmanReport.com.
All right, I gotta get going.
I don't think generally of community gardening and cancer and heart disease prevention in the
Is it blurry?
in the same sentence.
I wasn't.
But sure enough, this was published in the journal Lancet Planetary Health, a study that was funded by the American Cancer Society, the first ever.
I don't think it's blurry. I was just trying to get it. Make sure I had a tight fit on my little thing here.
This was in Denver. It was 291
And
adults, average age 41. And
but I don't think it's
they
blurry.
gave them half the group. They gave them a garden plot and some seeds and seedlings. And
I don't like how I do have a lot of that. The dash cam is in that shot. So I could try to just maybe go over a little bit this way.
7%, which is substantial. And
Is it fine?
That this will help them with everything from diabetes.
Just like
to
that? How's that?
It's absolutely a fascinating study. There's a whole video about it over at tomhartman.com. Check it out.
Because my dad, I have a dash cam and I have this thing going.
Just some amazing stories here. In good news, the Biden administration is now going to be requiring the car chargers. I find this absolutely fascinating. I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act has allocated billions of dollars to subsidize or give tax credits or even outright pay for, in some cases, charging stations, EV charging stations all across the United States. Up until this point, Tesla has had the largest network in the country, but they have an adapter that's unique to Tesla. Well, under this new Biden rule, all these, and this is actually going to force Tesla to make these changes, all of these car charging stations.
That was a big line in front of me.
Universal. There's a new standard for them, and all the cars that come out now are standard like.
Well, now I'm stuck here, guys, until this line moves.
To love this Hyundai Ioniq 5.
This is the line for the fuel islands. The truck, this trailer's right in front of me. He's in line.
I've never owned a fully electric
That's how
car
far
before.
backed up the line is right now.
It's so much fun to drive, and it's so cheap to drive.
So we're stuck here
now
until
you've got electric cars that are coming out in the $20,000 range.
Who knows?
They're in the same price range as inexpensive gasoline cars because there's so few. There's a lot fewer parts. I mean, there's hundreds of parts in a gasoline motor. Not to mention the motor and then the cooling system and then the transmission and all of that. I mean, with an electric car, you've got a battery, you got a couple of electric motors, and that's it, and a computer that runs it all. So, but anyhow, these charging systems, it's called CCS, they're called combined charging systems, is the standard. And it's going to be.
Now there's another one coming in.
The first tranche of billions in federal funds is going out to the states.
I'm going to try to nose out just a little bit, maybe give somebody the hint that I'm trying to get out.
ChargePoint and Tesla, EVgo are all competing for the money, but in order to get it,
now the trash truck is coming
have to be
in.
made in America. B, 55%
he's doing
of the
turnaround
parts
over there.
in the chargers by value has to come from American manufacturers. And and C, they have to be universal chargers, not just unique to Teslas. And so increasingly, we're building out this infrastructure. We just have, in our garage, we just have a little outlet, plugs into the wall, a normal wall outlet, and it recharges the car overnight. It's no big deal. And now here in Oregon, there's this surge pricing thing where your electricity at night costs about
coming the other way now.
What it costs during the day. And you can program your electric car to only charge itself at night. So
This place,
you're paying even less.
all of a sudden,
for,
just got
the equivalent of
swamped.
gasoline. It's a new day. I'm telling you, it's good stuff. We'll be right back. I got to tell you about this law in Kentucky too. Stick around.
You're listening to the Tom Hartman program. Call 202-808.
So here I am, sitting here. I'm stuck. I'm trapped. Oh, geez. The line ain't moving, man. The line is not moving. So we ain't grooving. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. A Chevitz. I wonder. I'm hoping this guy in the blue truck will let me out. See if he sees me. No, he's not. Can I go out? No, I waved at him. He didn't. Dude, you got your head up your ass. He didn't even look over here. Oh, now there's another truck coming out from the other direction. I don't know what the fuck he's trying to do. So I'm backing up as far as I can. And he's trying to get out. Oh my God. That's crazy. See that green truck? Well, he's just going to plow through everybody, I guess. Wow. Wow. I guess that's how you do it. You just say, fuck it. I'm coming out. You don't. You better move. Alright, well, he kind of cleared the way for me, so thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you there. I guess that's what it took. You know? Oh shit, now we've got a pedestrian. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, we're rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. So right across the street here, this is where I had breakfast this morning over here at Sherry's. And I gotta say, I was a little disappointed. I've eaten at this Sherry's quite a few times over the years, and it just seemed like they're getting skimpier. I guess because of inflation. I don't know. I mean, so they're like, again, I only got the one slice of toast, and that seems to be getting more common now. Used to always, it was standard practice. When you had a side order of toast, it was 2 slices of toast. They only gave me one. And I didn't say anything because I didn't feel like being all confrontational and being Karen or whatever, you know. And the eggs, it was just 2 eggs. I thought it was a 3-egg breakfast, but it was just 2 eggs. But the bacon was good and everything. It was good. I don't know, it just seems skimpier than usual, or than what it used to be. And it wasn't any cheaper. In fact, it was probably a couple bucks more. So just getting on I-5 right here. Good old I-5.
Proceed southeast on I-5 south in 276 miles. Stay left to continue on I-5 south. You are traveling in the wrong direction.
I am not.
Please turn around as soon as
I will not.
Out of route.
I am not.
Drive the road behind you.
No.
On I-5 or route from current location.
No, I'm getting on right here, Jill. This is the on-ramp. Come on, get with the program. In case you don't know, Jill is the voice that comes out of the tablet. I didn't name her. That was what Schneider said. That they said some of the guys, and they've been calling her Jill. So I'm like, all right. Guess I'll call her Jill then. So as far as I know, everything's locked down and locked in place. Hopefully we won't have any big jolts like yesterday.
Proceed southeast on I-5 south in 276 miles. Stay left to continue on I-5 south.
We are going to have a way station in a few miles here. Hopefully it's closed. I don't like when it's open. So wishing it closed. I think that's about 10 miles up here, or maybe a little bit more, 10, 12 miles. Now we're getting into Medford, Oregon. Tom's coming back on.
20th century of any type, but his insights into black cops and police in general are just important. This is one of his writings about black policemen. He said, black policemen were another matter. We used to say, if you must call a policeman, for God's sake, make sure it's a white one. We hardly ever did call it. A black policeman could completely demolish, since before this black brother in uniform, whose entire reason for breathing seemed to be his hope, to offer proof that though he was black, he was not black like me. Baldwin goes on to talk about black cops and his father and his relationship with his father and just the general violence perpetrated against black people. There's a whole video about it at Dynamo.com. It's 35 minutes past the hour. Did we just lose our music? Oh, you did? Okay, all right. Welcome back. It's 35 minutes past the hour. Abortion could be prosecuted as homicide under a new piece of legislation that was just introduced into the Kentucky legislature. State Representative Emily Callaway, who beat a former Democratic representative in the last election, has filed House Bill 300. This was filed on Tuesday of this week. Abortion is already banned in Kentucky, with exceptions only for life-threatening risks. This bill would define abortion as murder. So if a woman takes abortion pills that she gets through the mail in Kentucky, or if a woman leaves Kentucky and goes to, say, Illinois or Michigan and gets an abortion, when she comes back home, she could be arrested, she could be prosecuted, she could be put to death by lethal injection. This is a serious piece of legislation. She writes that her bill would apply, quote, the same legal principles as would apply to the homicide of a person who had been born alive. I just don't even know what to say about this other, Callaway said the bill kind of speaks for itself. Yeah, I guess so. The Supreme Court is weighing whether to temporarily suspend the trigger law. The ACLU is trying to litigate this, but boy, talk about taking it up a notch. This is what I've been worried about this for years. There have been numerous Republican representatives and senators and members of the House of Representatives over the years who have supported so-called personhood bills. And what personhood bills do is assign to a fetus or a zygote or an implanted and fertilized egg, assign to that
save the zygotes
tissue, the rights of a fully developed living human being. And therefore, if you do something that ends the life of that tissue, you have committed murder. And there's been a lot of us for a lot of years saying this is where this is going to lead. And people are, oh no, they'd never do that. Nobody's going to think like that. That's never going to happen. Well, no, it's under, there's a proposal to make it happen right
crazy.
now.
That's why. They're fucking nutbags.
That's right. Yeah. This is, the home of Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul, of course. What do you expect? All righty, let's pick up your phone calls here. Rose in Chicago. Hey, Rose, what's on your mind today?
Rose!
Hey, Tom.
Rose called in.
My comment and question just kind of, I guess, dovetails with what a previous caller talked about. My question is, why aren't the Dems using, the bounty hunter model to fight back against things like the assault rifles? I know there was, in the past, there was talk of using it, but
they did in California.
Do it?
I'm pretty sure that they passed that law. I remember when it was introduced. I can't say for certain that it's been passed and signed by the governor. I thought it was, but I haven't heard of anybody using it. But frankly, I haven't heard of anybody using the bounty hunter law in Texas to go after women there either. I think that the bounty hunter. And just think about it, Rose. If you lived in a state where you could use a bounty hunter law to go after somebody who bought a gun, or got an abortion for that matter, once you bring that lawsuit, your name goes public, and that is stepping into the lion's den, regardless of which side of the argument you're on. And I think that probably the reason why these laws have not been used, to the best of my knowledge, now I might be wrong. If anybody knows, the bounty hunters being used in Texas, please let me know. But if they haven't been used, my guess is that the reason they haven't been used is that nobody wants to have to endure the death threats that come with being that high profile.
Well, that's true, but maybe there's other things they could use a civil
I
court
think
for.
that guy's a little pissed off at me
Do it that way, but
because I did speed up.
It's a great question though, and what's
But
good for the goose is good for
I
the
probably
gander.
should have waited.
The Supreme Court has said that these bounty hunter
Because the
laws,
speed
which
limit
are
went from
basically a way
55
of
to
getting
60.
around, due process.
And I think he's a little miffed at me. I should have let him get around first before I sped up. So that was my bad. That was my bad.
What's on your mind this morning?
Sorry there, that better. He can't hear me though. So he still hates me.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Eric. Any chance, are you driving? Is that why I can't, why it's kind of broken up?
I have my headset on. Is that better?
Yeah, just
No,
speak
it's
loudly,
not better.
and we'll be good.
Just hang up on him,
what were you saying
Tom.
again?
Fuck.
Okay. I said I'm gonna run.
Sounds like shit. It's garbled. It's garbled. It's horrible radio, Tom. Horrible radio. Hang up on this motherfucker. I can't understand. He's talking. It's like he's talking through a tin
What's the
can with a
process
screen.
for the Biden administration to expand the Supreme Court? Well, the Biden administration can't do it. Congress has to do it. The Article 3, Section 2 of the Constitution says that the Supreme Court shall operate under regulations defined by Congress, and that regulations is defining the size of the Supreme Court, in addition to the budget and everything else. And so, Congress has changed the number of members of the Supreme Court, I believe 9 times now since the founding of our republic, maybe 10 times. We've had as many as 10 members of the Supreme Court. That was after Lincoln was assassinated, actually after Andrew Johnson left office. We've had as few as 6. That's where we started. Right now,
I'm not even going to look over at that guy. He's
15,
probably got the
but this
bird
is
right
something
out
that
the
would have
window
to
right
originate in the
now.
House of Representatives. It can be passed by a simple majority. It doesn't require a supermajority, 2/3. Then it would go to the Senate, where again it could be passed by a simple majority, although the Republicans would almost certainly filibuster it, which would require the 60% to override it. And
I
and then it goes to the
say
president.
we need to get rid of the filibuster.
Eric, great question.
I'm
Thank
tired
you
of
for asking.
minority
Ernest in
rule.
Queens, New York. Hey, Ernest, what's on your mind today?
Hey, Tom, a whole bunch, because you got a lot of
Hey,
stuff this morning. Regulation, you was talking about this morning, with the airlines, over the doors.
Yeah.
The whole thing with regulation in general, airlines, trains, infrastructure, all in general, was supposed to be to make things safe and efficient. This is my thinking. Okay,
just
so
safe.
they always, I don't understand why these Republicans want to take down regulation, because every time they do, then you see something happen.
Right, but the
And then they want to
regulations
turn around and blame up the people that made the regulation.
Right.
Hello?
Yeah, the reason why the Republicans opposed the regulations, the reason why the airlines didn't want to harden their cockpit doors, until after 9/11, was because it cost money. They didn't want to reduce their profits. They didn't want to, reduce the millions of dollars that they're paying their senior executives in order to pay to harden the cockpit doors. In Norfolk Southern, I believe, is the railroad with the crash in Ohio. They didn't want to put the new electronic, and I say new, like within the last couple of decades, the new electronic brakes that by improved braking by 60% and would have prevented that accident. And they didn't want to have their toxic substances labeled as toxic substances because it would cost them more money. It would cost them more money to upgrade all of their rail
And it probably
cars
is
to
like
kind of
bad
brakes.
PR.
And there are certain routes on which you cannot carry hazardous substances.
People don't like the
So
word
you have
toxic.
to use, longer routes that go through more rural areas. Can't carry them through some cities and things like that. And so they didn't want to have them labeled. The reason why these companies oppose regulation is because it reduces profits. It saves lives.
Let's push
You're
back
absolutely
on
right.
that.
Say what?
Let's push back on that. I have an idea with the Supreme Court. They made this thing with the free speech, money in speech.
Right.
Okay, so the argument back, I would argue back, okay, if money in speech then we need to regulate that because everybody don't have money. Everybody's allowed to vote, okay? And you can promote your candidate that you like. But everybody doesn't have money.
I completely
So
agree.
there should be a cap. Obviously, there should be a cap.
And
on
we had
how
those
much money
laws,
you
Ernest.
get.
And, you know, after the Nixon bribery scandals in 73 and 74 and 1975 and 76, Congress passed multiple laws limiting money in politics, criminalizing, bribing politicians. I mean, it's just some really great legislation. And there were other laws already on the books. I mean, the Tillman Act was from 1909, which made it a federal crime for corporations to give money to candidates for federal office. The Supreme Court blew all of those laws out of the water. They overturned it wasn't quite 1,000, but they overturned, because there were state laws as well as federal laws regulating money in politics. They overturned hundreds of laws with these three decisions: Buckley, Bellotti, and Citizens United. And in doing so, they have turned American politics into, basically legalized prostitution. It's, legislation for sale, regulation for sale. And what the people of America want.
The Republicans are trying to take the country apart.
They absolutely are. You're spot on, Ernest. Yeah, the majority of Americans would like, for example, an assault weapons ban. It's not going to happen because the weapons manufacturers are getting money to the GOP. The majority of Americans would, we could go through a long, long list. Would like college to be cheaper. It's going to happen because the Republicans.
To Tom Hartman. Visit TomHartman.com for audio and video archives.
It always comes back to money in politics, doesn't it? Yep. That's why we need to get the money out of the politics. In my humble opinion. We need campaign finance reform. We need public campaign financing. Get the money out of it. It's always all about the money. Follow the money, and here comes the way station. Open, it's closed. Close, 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 close. Won't you be closed? Close, close, close. Won't you please be closed? Won't you please be closed? Let's see, where's that sign? Where's the sign? Ooh, oh, it's up this next overpass. Up this overpass. Signs everywhere, sign. Oh Lord, won't you give me a sign? Okay, I can see it. Does it say open or does it say closed? It's open, damn it. Alright, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. We're going in. We're going in. Let's hope that it is. Let's hope it's closed. I mean, not closed. I mean, it's open, and I'm going in. But let's just hope everything goes all right. To the old way station here. Let's get the speed down. Boom, boom, boom. All right. See if I can read the scale. It's hard to see it. Okay, so the steers are was that, 11.8 or something like that? And we were only about 18,000 on the drive, those drives, and then the tandems. We just hit 18,000 on that. So be good. We good. Yeehaw! I don't know why there's a truck that's going through the bypass lane, and you can go 10 miles an hour through the bypass lane, and he's just like barely crawling, man. For some reason. I always thought they were calling him in or something. But apparently not. He's just a slowpoke, I guess. He's a slowpoke. Alrighty, so we got through there. Now we're getting close to the climb. We're climbing up this mountain pass here. Up to the highest point, or highest summit, whatever, along the entire I-5. But I forget what it was. Wasn't it like 43? If you guys were with me last week, the summit elevation was like, I think it might have been 43 something. We'll see. We shall see. Is Tom back on? Let's see. I see a jabber in here.
Yeah, they will go through look at places that used to have jobs, like steel mills.
Yeah, revive the Rust Belt, in other words.
Revive the 7,000 business we lost, some of them that we lost the last 40 years. We start up some of them. And it's a $20 billion in 10 years. It would authorize $20 billion in 10 years.
Wow. You know, we'll have to ask him about it when he comes on the program next time. He's going to be on tomorrow, Sean. Be next week, presumably, probably. Okay.
Yeah, the reason I called, I was thinking it was Friday. I thought he wasn't going to be on Friday, but he might be on tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, no, he's typically on every other Friday. We try to set it up so that, you know, and Mark Pokian's on Wednesdays, and so we try to set it up so they alternate. But then when one of them, you know, their schedule gets blown to hell because of votes and stuff, you know, it kind of messes it up. So occasionally they're both on in 1 week, and sometimes we have a week where neither of them is on, like this week. But, you know, it all works out. So, and
might have a chance.
Go ahead.
Yeah, something might have a chance to pass since he put in with the Republican, you know.
Yeah. Partnering, nothing wrong with partnering with Mark O'Rourke to do good. I mean, I'm all in favor of bipartisanship when it actually accomplishes good things. It's rare that you find a Republican who will do that, but good on Ro Khanna. Monty, thanks for putting that on my radar screen. I appreciate it.
I asked real quick about Ricketts, our governor.
Mm-hmm.
We had Governor Ricketts' term limit was up this last election, and he helped elect our new governor, Pillen is his name. He's giving him $1.5 million to help elect him.
Mm-hmm.
So Pillen would appoint him, Ricketts, the senator, to replace Ben Sass and quit politics and left to go to Florida.
Right.
Okay, now we're starting a little grade here. Up
Ricketts.
the hill here, a little
So I
incline.
thought it had to be voted in.
It's every state has different laws about how senators get replaced. But many states have that it's just a simple appointment by the governor. Other states, the governor's appointment has to be ratified by the state senate, although I'm guessing it would be anyway. And in some cases, you have to have a special election, like they did down in Georgia, for example.
That's what I thought they'd have to do.
Yeah, no, it varies from state to state. Monty, thanks for the call. Ed in Chicago. Hey, Ed, what's on your mind today?
Yeah, hey Tom, you were talking about fascism yesterday, and
maybe you can enlighten me if I'm wrong in my thinking about this, because I've been looking at what's been happening with Israel, and they've had thousands of people protesting, and
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, he wants to do the same thing that Orban did with taking over the court.
Yep.
And
that Trump tried to do.
Yeah. Maybe you can have somebody on in the future about this, because something is kind of concerning, because I like Hakeem Jeffries, I like him a lot, but at the same time, his biggest donor was one of the hard conservative PACs from Israel. And I'm wondering, and it seems to me that we're in this place where people like me, who I never thought I would be calling my reps and telling them that I don't want my tax dollars going to support Israel anymore. But the hard right takes over, and they take over the courts, and they turn into a country like Hungary. Then I certainly don't want to be supporting them. But it seems if you criticize any criticism of Netanyahu, you get labeled as anti-Israeli. And
or anti-Semitic.
I don't know. I guess I'm looking just to hear what you think.
I think that there's a very real threat to the Israeli political system represented by this corrupt man, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is facing criminal charges, possibly going to prison. And one of the things that he's trying to do in his reformulation of the Israeli court system is basically make it so that even if he gets convicted, he can overturn his own conviction, and he can overrule the courts, with the collaboration of the Knesset of the Parliament. And or at least that's my understanding of how it works. I've been reading Haaretz, which is the Israeli progressive newspaper. You can read it online. It's available free. And the Guardian has been doing some really good coverage of this.
Yeah, that's right.
Even the Jerusalem Post has got some of it, and they're typically kind of conservative.
Yeah, well, it's just, it just goes to show you, I never thought that Israel would have to worry about falling into fascism.
Yeah.
Just like I never thought we would.
I didn't either. And what's driving it there and what's driving it here, and certainly what drove it in Hungary, sadly, is racism. This is what you see in country after country where he's turning hard right. Down in Italy, for example, they just elected a fascist as the prime minister. Her whole campaign was brown people from Syria coming into Italy. You've got a right-wing government now in Sweden. The leader of Sweden's, he was elected, elected on a campaign of keeping out the immigrants. This is what took Viktor Orban to power. Was that big crisis when Russia bombed the crap out of Syria, and all these Syrian refugees fled into Europe. A bunch of them went to Hungary, and that was what Orban did here in the United States. The Republicans are talking about brown people from south of the border. In Israel, it's the Palestinians. I mean, it's always racism that seems to be driving these hard right movements, and it's not a good thing. Ed, thank you for the call.
You're listening to Tom Hartman.
Cha-cha-cha.
Tick, tick, tick. Eat sweet.
In addition to bringing in the Tom Hartman.
All right, so here we go, climbing up the hill. Even though I have a really light load, it's still I've got a down gear. It looks like I might have to go down to the 8th. Let's see, holding steady here. At about the RPMs are dropping. We're down to almost 13, almost 12, about 1200 RPM now. I usually downshift right around 11. Here we go, we're almost at 11. Yeah. Downshift. Now I'm down in the 8th gear. Going about 37 miles an hour. I don't think I'll have to go down anymore. Looks like we're holding steady here. Goes FedEx. cars. I've never driven one or owned one. I heard they're pretty good. Chevy. Jimmy. Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi. Well, now we are going about 42 miles an hour, and my RPMs are getting up there. I would normally, like on flat ground, I would be upshifting for sure. Almost right between 16 and 1700 RPM. Since we're climbing a hill, I'm going to keep it in this gear. Snow on the sides. Not very much though. Probably a couple inches or something. They really didn't get much snow through here before when man, tons of snow piled up all over the place, and the roads are all covered with snow. And I've seen drivers that were just basically sliding down the grade, had no control. Didn't have chains on. Were like, and they were on the radio. They were going, "I'm sliding. I'm nothing I can do. Nothing I can do." But not this year. It's been pretty dry here. So here's these guys. They're on the shoulder. Riding the shoulder. Just gonna go right on around them. Rock and roll ain't no pollution. almost to the top. Almost to the summit. About another mile. Good sense.
Third hour of our program. On the line with us is Matt Simon. He's a science journalist with Wired Magazine and the author of the new book, A Poison Like No Other, How Microplastics Corrupted Our Planet and Our Bodies. You can find him on Twitter at Mr. Matt Simon, Mr. Matt Simon, spelled just like it sounds, and at Wired, of course. And Matt, welcome to the program. First of all, let's start with microplastics, to the topic of your book. Can you define terms for us and tell us why this should be a concern?
Sure. The agreed-upon definition in the scientific community is microplastics are the little tiny bits that get below 5 millimeters. And that is about the width of a pencil eraser.
4310, highest elevation on I-5.
You can still see with the naked eye, but they, of course, get much, much smaller. There are now studies on nanoplastics, which are even scarier because they are down at the micron scale, with millionth of a meter. So we know about plastic bags, bottles, these macroplastics, different organisms, and in the case of the nanoplastics, into individual cells. That's how small these things are.
Now, I read an article a couple of weeks ago in one of the science publications about how bottled water, just a bottle of bottled water or soda pop, a plastic bottle, can have typically around 3,000 or 4,000, but very often over 10,000 individual nanoplastic particles. These super small plastic particles that can get into your body.
They're super small.
Like you said, even infiltrate your individual cells. Do those numbers comport with your research? And B, what's the significance of that? Why should people worry about this?
Yeah, why?
Or be concerned about it? Or why should we do anything about it?
Why?
Right, yeah. So I talk in the book about how basically any estimate, any quantification that you see of microplastics, be it in soda or in water or food, is most likely a severe underestimate because it is very difficult to quantify nanoplastics. It's very expensive to do so. It's speculation. We are inhaling something like 7,000 particles
doing some buffering through the mountains here.
And probably more, again, because it's harder to find these much smaller bits, and these much smaller
California.
bits are actually much more common in the area in particular.
Couple miles there.
Wow. So, we're hearing reports that girls are hitting puberty 2 years, and boys too, but it's
blame it on the plastics.
Around girls because of menstruation. They're hitting puberty 2-3 years earlier than they were just 30-40 years ago, and there's a lot of speculation this might have something to do with some of the plasticizers, these hormone-imitating chemicals that are added. That are part of plastic, that are used in plastic, particularly flexible plastics. Is that a concern? Is that the major concern? What about,
plastic,
gender bending stuff? What about cancer?
That is a major concern. That is a group of chemicals known as endocrine disrupting chemicals, a broad range of these chemicals, many of which are in plastics that make the hormone system generally go haywire. So you get things like increased rates of diabetes, obesity, also lots of different cancers. So the issue with these EDCs is the plastic is carbon, and what's added to that carbon to give it plastics properties like toughness and rigidity, stretchability, that sort of thing, are these additional chemicals that we know to be endocrine disrupting chemicals. The question now is parsing, well, how much of a factor is microplastics versus the other routes that we have these EDCs getting into our bodies. So we can quantify how much we're mostly inhaling. We don't yet know how much microplastic is going to be too much microplastic to give our bodies. Maybe we should
just wear masks all the time.
Work is nefarious.
Forever and ever.
Very high toxicity at very low levels, which is unlike a lot of other poisons where you think you get a lot of it, you get more poisonous effects. You certainly get that with EDCs, but they also have this weird curve where at medium levels, they're not so dangerous, but at the very low levels, perhaps what we're getting inhaling from microplastics and nanoplastics, they can have very severe effects.
Nano.
Is this why we're seeing human fertility drop all around the world?
That is one
more
of
speculation.
the avenues that this could be, is that plastics, unfortunately, we just don't really know what's in them. Plastics companies aren't required to put an ingredient label on a bottle.
We just don't
So what
know.
chemists have to do is reverse engineer them, and they found that there are at least 10,500 different chemicals used in plastics. A quarter of those are considered to be of concern, meaning they're either outright
Okay, we're
toxic,
leaving
or they
Oregon.
have effects like they're highly persistent in the body or the environment. So
This has come back
we
soon.
now have to figure out, well, my God, we have had increasing rates of a lot of different kinds of cancers, a lot of the other
California.
it's extremely concerning because the primary chemical here is vinyl polyethylene. It's a very common polymer. Happens to be one of the polymers that has the most research on toxic effects, especially for people who are working with PVC and inhaling PVC dust. Detrimental effects for those folks. We know that vinyl chloride is for sure a carcinogen.
I need to
And
get
it's
me
not
some
good to be getting this
PVC
stuff in your
dust.
body. It's not good to be burning and putting it into the atmosphere. And
It's
I
not
think this
good.
really lays bare the problem with plastics, is that we get a bottle or a bag and a product and we think that it just was kind of magically put together. It's essentially, because plastics made of oils,
Nurdles.
it's essentially an oil spill, but these things can travel much farther. So
Nurdles,
beyond what we're
Halen.
seeing in Ohio right now, we have this massive supply chain that are supplying the world with way too much plastic that is only going to get worse.
way
and
too
get
much.
even more of these leakages and disasters, because by 2050 there's one projection that plastics production is going to triple. We just cannot allow that.
Now, in Europe,
entire
they have
globe
the
is gonna be
principle
coated
with regard to
with
chemicals
nurdles.
that can be put into the environment. Here in the United States, we have the libertarian principle, which is that when something starts killing people, then we pay attention to it. Is Europe dealing with plastics differently than the United States, or has there just been this assumption for so many decades that this miracle stuff, that came out of in large part out of the 50s and 60s, is so benign that no need to do it?
That's how it was pitched to us, right? Plastics, oh, don't worry about it. It actually makes food safer, right? What was happening all along was that they were leaving the chemicals into our food and breaking into microplastics since production began in earnest in the 1940s, really taking off after World War II. Europe is way farther ahead on this than we are in the United States, in particular with research. So there's a lot more money flowing into microplastic and nanoplastic research in Europe because their government and universities are not captured by fossil fuel interests in large part, but they're also making a lot more progress on banning single-use plastic. France has an ordinance in place that by 2025, all washing machines need to come in with built-in filters. That is a massive source of microfibers in the environment, washing our clothes. Millions of fibers that are made out of plastic, that's polyester or nylon, are washing out into the ocean. Put those filters in, that would help. So they're making much more progress over there. But yes, as you say in the United States, it's like, let's see how this kills people, and then we'll maybe address it then.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty tragic. What do you do, and what do you recommend
what do you
people
do?
to reduce your exposure to microplastics and nanoplastics?
I only drink out of the tap or garden
I want
hose.
to be clear, first of all, and say that this is not your fault as a consumer, that the microplastic
my
problem
fault,
has
man.
Especially if you're inhaling.
so often. Yeah, right. Like, we didn't ask for this, right? So it's like, this is a function
man,
of
I didn't ask for
capitalism. This is companies saving money by having
ask for your
things
stupid
in plastic.
plastic
It's lighter
noodles.
shit. They save on fuel costs that way. It's very simple for them. But that is now a giant experiment done on our bodies.
We're all just
what
guinea
I
pigs,
try to
man.
do is obviously to use as little plastic as possible, just buy less of it. Vacuuming a lot, there's just so much microplastic in indoor air that's settling on the floor. That can help.
Everywhere.
You can get aftermarket filters for your washing machines, those help. But at the end of the day, I do not want us to feel guilty about this as individuals.
Okay, all
I want
right,
us to
thank you
feel
for,
angry about this because this has been forced upon us by corporations that were profiteering, and it is their responsibility to clean up this mess.
Matt,
they should be paying for mitigation measures.
Yeah, we have 30 seconds, so we hit a break here.
Yeah, so wrap this up.
Are there any legislators who are taking this on? Do we have any champions in Congress?
Bernie Sanders?
We do. Merkley is actually making some progress on plastics.
Oh, Merkley. Good old
so
Merks.
we hopefully get some progress there. California is doing some good stuff banning single-use plastic.
California
so it might start at the state level.
California is
the national level, but again, we're capturing fossil fuel issues that can be very difficult to get through.
Right, because plastics are made out of fossil fuels, so surprise.
Start making it out of hemp.
Simon, his new book, I Poison Like No Other, How Microplastics Corrupt.
I know, there's probably not enough hemp in the world to satisfy our plastic needs. But maybe for at least, plastic bottles and shit. Maybe not for everything. Alright, I gotta go through this check station. I gotta check my papers. Let me see your papers, please. Let me see your papers. Here at the Hornbrook check station. We must check your papers. Check them. Well, you go ahead. You check all you want. Check away. Oh, he's stepping out. Got the all clear. Good to go. Those nurdles are making me cough. I got a nurdle in my throat. I want that cameraman. Roll it, roll it, roll it. FedEx, I've had about enough of you. Just kidding. Oh, just get in here. Get on over. There you go. Alright, so here we go. We are in California. Good old California. California. I love California. I have to marry it. Yep, I love California. Now I gotta marry it. I love California. I love it so much. Now I have to marry it. But I don't have a ring. Think of it. I do pronounce you man and state. You may kiss your bride. I love you, California. best of the best. You're the cream of the crop. You are the goat. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh, Tom Jack. Save me,
Which
Tom.
is not the perspective that Hungarians would even give it them about.
I get it. Sorry.
Sorry. Gotta go. Sorry, caller. Gotta go. Got a hard break. We got a hard break coming up.
Change starts with you.
With you. Sorry, people. I got a hard break. We got a hard break here. Hard break coming up. I'm gonna slam you into a hard break. Time for words from our sponsor. Today's trip is sponsored by California. That's right. California. It's the greatest state in the whole wide world. I don't care what anybody says. California, 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 California. Oh, oh, California. You are the greatest of all time. I don't care what anybody says, man. California rules. California. And now, in this corner, the undisputed champion of the world, California! Yeah! California is the best. California is the best. I don't care what you say. You can't convince me otherwise. California is the best. Tell I'm happy when I get to California. Can you tell how much I love this state? And how much I must miss it? Subconsciously don't even realize it until I get back to my land. It makes me so happy to be in California. Okay, this dude, I guess I better slow down, let him over. I don't know why he thought he could just hang out over there. Guess I gotta do the right thing. I gotta kill my momentum. I'm trying to climb the hill too, But sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for other people. So I had to sacrifice my momentum. Which is no big deal at all. It ain't no big deal at all. It ain't no big deal at all. It ain't no big deal. Ain't no big deal. Ain't no big deal at all. There comes one the other way. I'm playing like mouth guitar. Yes. Should I go around? Should I go around this clown? I don't see any cars in the number one lane for as far as my little eyes can see. So I think it's safe for me to proceed. I'm gonna go around you. I'm gonna go around you, and there's nothing you can do about it now. Oh, 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 oh. This is Trucker John, the musical. Uh-oh, what you gonna do now? Uh-oh, what you gonna do now? I got another one, should I pass him? Should I go around? What should I do? I'm going around that guy. I'm gonna go right on around. See, it's a musical, because I'm doing musical stuff. Standing still. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Uh-huh. Oh, there we go. We're climbing up this old hill. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Yeah, gonna make it. We're gonna climb up this hill. We're gonna make it, yeah. Baby, it's the last thing I ever do. We're gonna make it up this big old hill. Ain't nothing ever stopped me before. I'm gonna make it up this big old hill. Maybe it's the last thing that I ever do. Oh, yeah, 3,000 feet. We just crossed 3,000 feet. Woohoo! You're in rarefied air now, boy. You're in the rarefied air now. Here we go down now. We're going on down. We're gonna go on down. Down, down, down. And there's some great 3,067 feet. Yeah, buddy. Buddy, buddy, buddy. Buddy, 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 buddy. Buddy. Buddy, 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 buddy. Buddy. Hey, is Wes still on? Because if Wes is on, I just want to say, I heard you sing the, whatever that song's called, the Happy Ending song, and I thought you did fantastic. That was amazing, dude. That was really, really good. I just want, so hopefully you're listening right now. Because I know sometimes you don't listen because of the road noise, you don't like it or whatever, but when I'm driving. But anyhow, if you are listening, just want to say good job, bravo, that was excellent. I don't know, I just really was blown away by it. It was great. So, bravo to Wes. I don't know, I guess you could go back to the Liberal Dan show from last night. And if anybody wants to listen to that, you can go back, and it's towards the end of the show. The show's almost over. And Wes went on there, called in, and sang the song. I don't know if it's called the Happy Ending song or whatever, but it's what Hal Sparks plays. He used to play it for Phil Littner on their last, coming into their last break of the day or whatever. And that was taped from a guest that they had, and she or they sang that song. And anyhow, so want to check it out? Check it out. Go to Liberal Dan from last night. So it'd be what 2:15. The date on it 2:15. Liberal Dan show. And you can listen to the show too, and then want to just go to the end there. Wes, you can hear Wes sing a really great version of that song. I thought it was amazing, actually. Bravo to you, Wes. Good job, man. I was listening, but I was lurking last night. But by the way, if anyone says, "Hey, why didn't you say anything during that?" I was just lurking because I was driving. I did throw in a hashtag. I just did not a hashtag, an emoji, because I was able to do that. So when I saw Liberal Dan was on, I clicked on it, and then I just did like a waving emoji, and that's all I could do. I couldn't talk, I couldn't type or anything. So, and I just lurked and lurked and lurked. And actually, just as the show was ending is when I was parking over there at the Pilot last night. Just about the time the show was wrapping up, where it was after the song and everything that Wes did, and then Dan was on there a little longer, yapping away, like he does. Just kidding. Because I remember when Wes was singing, I think I was pulling off the freeway at the time. Like, probably right on that overpass and everything. I think, I don't know, but yeah, I couldn't respond. I was driving. So anyhow, go check it out. Right now we are at Interstate 5 southbound, coming up on the town of Wairika. And I always say, why not? I don't know, it's just a thing I do. It's a little thing I do. I think Tom's back on. Save me, Tom.
I had a very influential job. I was president of Citibank, South Korea.
Bullshit. Oh.
And I was friendly with J.Y. Chung, who was the richest man in South Korea. He created Hyundai, shipbuilding, Hyundai Auto. I had dinner a few times with H.W. Bush and Colin Powell and stuff like that. And if I were back there then, fighting. But I had not access, but I knew somebody, again, years ago, who wanted to use Albert Einstein's name as part of the venture. And so what I would try, and that's very hard to do.
Got two in the middle there, and looking at the northbound again. Looking at the northbound.
They have to love the reason. I would have set up, set up an Albert Einstein sort of a video encyclopedia of fact versus fiction. And I tried to make it very interesting for the first many months. In other words, it's easy to make it interesting. For example, we could show somebody explaining Pythagoras, who actually was the first one to discover that the Earth had a circumference, or
Pythagoras had a theory.
Set up a voice, when you go on a train, the Doppler effect, as the train goes away, etc., etc. So there are a lot of interesting things you could do. But then what you really want to get into is the things that I was just mentioning about the fascists and the Republicans. I would put up when the Trump
Sorry, we're out of time,
lost
caller.
the election and it was fraud, the AP investigated six
Maybe this isn't a caller. I don't
and
know.
find only, I think, 450 votes that could have been fraudulent. But I would encourage somebody to put up, however you do it, an Albert Einstein, the most, I don't know, popular name ever existing.
Really?
People come to this spot like they come to TikTok, which got 1 billion uses in 5 years. We need something, someplace for people to go to find facts and not
TikTok, but without all the malware.
And that's what, and I believe so much in this idea. I would have spent a year. I would have not have retired. I would have spent a year or two trying to make it happen. But you have to remember to, having the context like H.W. Bush and the Hyundai guy gives you a different perspective. You can reach anybody on the phone. You mention those names. If I needed money, I would call Mackenzie Bezos or Linda Gates, and I could get them on the phone, but not by me, but by using those names. So I say, if there are any celebrities or any billionaires around, I bet 2 years of my life that setting up an Albert Einstein network of communication, like you sort of set up TikTok, that everybody goes to for fact versus fiction.
Well, I got it. You're starting to get redundant here, Howard, but it's spot on.
Yeah, Howard.
And, maybe somebody's listening who will be inspired by your idea. I like it. Howard, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that. What an interesting life you've had, too. Carol in Hammock, California. Hey, Carol, what's on your mind?
You could call it
Yes.
Einstein
in Iowa,
talk.
a bill is quickly progressing to lower the age of child labor, lower the age for children to work, and they want to put them in mining, logging, meat packing.
Right, and they're selling this by saying it's for the family farm, but that's BS.
And then also that the companies can't be sued if they get hurt.
They can still work on the family
farm. They die.
By today's existing
But
rules.
very quickly, if I may have a few seconds, I've been thinking about the students killed in Michigan, and my ex-sister-in-law, her daughter died 5 months before she finished her studies, and because my sister-in-law had signed off on her financial aid form, which most students, their parents have to, or their grandma on Social Security or whoever is, they're staying with, living with. She had to pay back the student loan for her dead daughter. So I was weeping, thinking about, is that going to happen to those parents?
Yes, it is. And this is another reason why. This is another reason why, just like with cars, everyone who owns a gun should have to have liability insurance. You should have to prove the insurance, just like with a car, that you have it before you're allowed to take possession of the gun. Because if the shooter had liability insurance for those guns that he had, then the parents, the families of the children that he shot, that he killed, would at least be able to pay off the student loans, like you point out, burial expenses and everything else. Had those people been killed by a malicious driver driving, or a drunk driver driving a car into them, they would have gotten liability insurance. But because it was a gun, they're exempted from that, and so there's nothing for them.
But there's Mount Shasta.
People, all the time, when people coming knocking on the door from a real summer.
Last time it came through, it was covered in clouds.
Trying to raise funds for burial, let alone your child getting dead.
Yeah. It's Carol, it is wrong. It's just, there's no other word to describe it. I just want to use it to describe it. That's good. Tom in Fairfax, California. Hey, Tom, what's on your mind? Tom in Fairfax.
There apparently is nothing on Tom's mind.
Watching on YouTube. Going once, going twice.
Tom is
Ed in Belfair, Washington. Hey, Ed, what's on your mind?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Tom. I want to talk about the derailment in Palestine.
You go ahead. You go right on ahead and talk about it.
In that area. I don't quite understand how I was watching J.D. Vance on Kennedy the other night, and
Okay,
he was talking
yeah,
about how money's been spent already to fix the problem, which it hasn't. He's lying up his teeth. But who actually is responsible for the rail, and who's actually responsible for maintaining the rail, which is that like a federal highway?
No, the rails are privately owned in the United States. This was
The rails are privately owned in the United States?
This was another innovation of the Reagan administration. There were a lot of rails that were owned and maintained by the states. I mean, when Lincoln did the Transcontinental Railroad to help with the Civil War materials, that was all owned by the government. By the various. Actually, I believe the various states took possession of it. But over the years, what's happened is that virtually all the rail in the United States is owned by private companies. It's one of the problems Amtrak has. Amtrak has trains that are capable of going 160 miles an hour. Woo! But on the Northeast Corridor, which is the most heavily traveled Amtrak route in the country, they don't travel more than 80 miles an hour because the rails are so old and out of date and poorly maintained because they're owned by these private corporations that don't want to invest the money in fixing them. So the federal government can regulate the rails.
We need to buy those rails back.
They can't mandate, upgrades and things, and force the.
I want a 160 mile an hour train. Goddamn.
Similarly with the air brakes, the Norfolk Southern had, a couple of years ago was bragging about these new brakes, these new electronic brakes that cut braking time by 60%. Had they had those brakes on this train, it wouldn't have derailed the way it
would not have.
Or at least that's the speculation that I'm reading, in the papers. I'm not an expert on this, but they didn't want to install it on the trains because it was expensive. And this is the Department of Transportation, this Pete Buttigieg's area, and he doesn't look like he's showing any inclination to seriously regulate the railroads, which may have something to do with presidential aspirations and donations. I don't know. Color me cynical when it comes to politicians who don't support regulating industries, but that's the story.
Call me
Did I
silly.
answer your question?
Yeah. It did. And then I haven't heard anything about the conductor or about anybody that's been killed. I'm sure there's some people that have perished. I'm surprised more people haven't been interviewed in the town.
I don't think anybody has died yet, but the other shoe that's going to drop is going to drop in a couple of years down the road when cancers, particularly liver cancer, starts from vinyl chloride starts showing up because the railroad made the decision that instead of taking 2 or 3 days and bringing in other railroad cars and transferring the chemicals from the derailed cars into the other cars, which would block rail traffic for a couple of days, which would lose them millions of dollars. Instead of doing that, they just went in and blew up the train cars. They called it a controlled explosion, which put all that poison into the atmosphere, and now the poisons are raining down.
Good job, greedy railroad companies.
And communities downwind of there, and that will produce cancers, and those cancers won't show up for a couple of years. So that's when we're going to see the deaths from this. And again, there's probably no way to sue these companies for it because they're regulated, and the regulations aren't frankly stringent. Ed, I gotta run. Thanks for the call. It's 46 minutes past the hour. It's the Tom Hartman program, exposing the con and conservative.
Like, what the fuck?
We'll be right back with more of your calls in just a moment.
Fuck you.
You're listening to Tom Hartman.
All right, so that big tall mountain over there, that's Mount Shasta. And I believe it is a volcano. It may not be active. I don't know if it'll ever be active again, but at one time that was a volcano. So you never know, man. It could go off, There's a whole bunch of volcanoes up here in California. Mount Lassen, I believe, is a volcano. Look it up, KO. Look it up. I don't even know who's on. I don't even know if anybody is even on, to tell the truth. But But whoever is on, I just want to say thank you for watching. As we drive down Interstate 5, heading south, we are in California. There's Mount Shasta. And then I always call it, there's like a little baby mountain kind of to the right. If you see it there, it's kind of straight ahead. I believe the name of it is Shastina. Isn't that cute? Shastina? But I always call it Baby Shasta. So you got Shasta and Baby Shasta. Right there. Yeah, buddy. Isn't that cute? Isn't that adorable? So adorable. But yeah, we're almost to Weed. We are 17 miles from Weed and 86 miles from Redding, California. So I'll probably keep doing this until my first break. I was planning to take a break somewhere around 2:30. That's okay with everybody. Pacific time. So it is, what time is it now? It's 11:50. So probably about another 2.5 hours or so. Just keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Once we get up to Weed, then you got 60 miles of kind of just mountain climbing, up and down, winding mountains. And then once we get back to Redding, it'll flatten out pretty much all the way down to Grapevine, I think, right? Might be a couple little hills here and there, but it's pretty flat once you get into the valley there. Is Tom back on?
40, 50 years, which is also when plastics became ubiquitous. I think this is a much bigger story.
We're back on the plastics.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I'm not even sure how much of the population really even knows about the amount of microplastics that's in the environment.
Yeah, no, I don't think they do. It's going to be interesting also to see if we start seeing, we're here in the United States now for the last 3 years, lifespan has actually decreased, and it's not exclusively because of the pandemic. And it appears to be continuing to decrease. Nobody's exactly sure why.
Fucking nurdles are killing us.
What's happening is that, the generation that grew up with plastics in their food, the food was cooked in plastics and packaged in plastics and processed in plastics. That probably starting with the Gen Xers, they're starting to reach the age where they're starting to die. I just don't know. I'm speculating. Richard, thank you for the call.
You are speculating, Tom.
Help support Progressive Radio. If you're listening to us on a commercial station, call their advertisers and let them know you're listening. If you're listening to us on Pacifica, one of our many nonprofit stations.
I know I'm an old granny driver, I guess. Speed limit's 55. I'm really getting chancy here. I'm going 57. These other truckers don't like it. They don't really give a fuck about speed limits, apparently. I do know that a lot of cops hang out in this area, so let them get the tickets, not me. Better them than me. That's all I got to say about that. Jenny. But I figure if I don't need to speed, why should I speed? Sometimes I'll go 60 or 62. Back in the day, I used to go 65 in the big truck on Interstate 5 all the time, because it seems like cops really, they kind of would allow you that. But then I noticed, it seems like after the big crash of '08, the George W. Bush crash of '08, and things were going to shit, especially with these, a lot of town budgets and things. They started going crazy on speeding tickets and shit like that. Like it used to be almost pretty much just like in California, let's say, you'd have the California Highway Patrol, which is California's version of their state trooper, I guess. And they pretty much patrolled the highways and the interstates. You know, every now and then you'd see a county bounty or whatever, but it was almost always just CHPs. Then after '08, '09, we're still dealing with the Bush depression, the Bush economic collapse, and you started seeing all these cops coming out of the woodworks. All these different, you had police departments on the highways, you had the county cops on the highways, along with the CHPs, and they kind of changed all they were. They were pulling drivers over everything. Man. So then I said, well, instead of 65, because you could pretty much just drive right past the cop going 65. Remember, the speed limit is 55, so you're going 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. And I could do that all day long, at least on the interstates, and even like Highway 99 or whatever. And I never had any problems. The cops would just pass me on by, or I'd pass them by without an issue. But then after that, '08, '09, 2010, we're still coming out of the Bush crash. I just noticed more and more drivers getting pulled over, more and more cops, all these different departments. And so I decided not to do that anymore. Not to go 65. Very rarely. Sometimes I will if I'm in a hurry or something, but very, very rarely. About the fastest I'll go is maybe 61 or 62. And like today, I'm just cruising along at 57 because I don't need to go fast. I'm going to be there tomorrow. No matter what I do, I'm not going to be in Riverside until tomorrow sometime. So, and my appointment is like an all-day appointment or whatever, so I don't have to, why should I risk getting a ticket? And technically, I guess I'm risking it now because I am going 57. But let's face it, I mean, you know, the odds of me getting pulled over at this speed, as opposed to, let's say, if I was going 65, you know, are much less at this speed. So, much, much less. I would say, like, it's not even close, right? So, it's not like a coin flip or whatever. I mean, so I might as well just go 65. You know what I mean? But it's not even close, in my opinion. As far as the odds and all that kind of stuff. So that's it. So I don't, you know, and I know drivers, they hate it. They hate going 55. But you know, you just gotta get used. You just get used to it. You gotta. Sometimes you gotta reprogram yourself, because I know it's hard. Like driving a car. Like when I'm in my car, and the speed limit is 65 or 70. You know, I like to take that caddy up to 80. You know? So it's kind of hard to get out of that mindset. But the more you do it, you know, you can't, it's like weaning yourself off of drugs or whatever, or some bad habit. You can't do it. You can't do it. But people are like, it's almost like some sort of badge of honor. Oh, I go 80 all the time. I go 90 all the time, man. You know, good for you. Good for you. Don't fucking, you know, give me a hard time just because I don't want to be that way. You know? That's all I'm saying. I feel completely relaxed, comfortable. I'm driving the speed. You know, I don't need to, and it has nothing to do with like I'm an old man or whatever. You know, I can drive. I'm still just as good a driver as I've ever been. I've always been. I think I'm a pretty good driver, and I could gun this thing. I could go 75 miles an hour right now if I wanted to, but I don't want to. I'm just gonna cruise along here. I'm on cruise control right now. I got it set at 57 miles an hour. I might bump it up if I go over into the fast lane to pass somebody. Maybe I'll bump it up a couple miles an hour. But for right now, I'm just cruising at 57. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. I'm not. I really am not. I'm not. Well, I guess Tom is over, so I'm going to switch on over, see if I can find Randy. See if I can find the Randy Rhodes show. Because I like Randy. I like Randy Rhodes.
What appears to be poisonous.
Here it is.
The derailment on February 3rd
This is Nicole Sandler doing
managed detonations to release vinyl chloride. That is a chemical that can kill quickly at high levels and increase cancer risk. Now, evacuation orders were lifted last week, but many residents are staying away or packing what they can quickly and getting out. It's worth noting here that a safety rule was passed under President Obama back in 2015 that made it a requirement for trains carrying hazardous flammable materials to have ECP, electronically controlled pneumatic brakes. But that rule was rescinded in 2017 by the Trump administration.
Of course it was.
Meanwhile, Norfolk Southern Corp, the railroad company
Donald
that
Trump
owns
is an
this train,
asshole.
pulled
That's
out
why.
of the scheduled
That's
town
all.
hall meeting,
That's what it boils
citing a
down
quote,
to.
growing physical threat to its employees from, quote, outside parties. What about the physical threat to all the people who live in the area of the derailment? And the thing is, the so-called controlled burn was intentional. A longtime locomotive engineer said cuts in deregulation efforts have created a, quote, perfect storm for accidents. So Judge Susan Egan in Erie County, New York on Wednesday sentenced the gunman who killed 10 black people at a Buffalo supermarket in May to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The 19-year-old white shooter had posted white supremacist theories and anti-Semitic rants online before going to the Tops-friendly supermarket in a predominantly black neighborhood near Buffalo to target people because of their race. The killer, whose name I will not publicize, said he, quote, did a terrible thing that day. I shot and killed people because they were black, and now I can't believe I did it. During an emotional victim impact statement, a man in a sweatshirt tried to lunge at the shooter, but was restrained by security. And as if by clockwork, here we go again. One person was killed and 3 others injured in a shooting Wednesday night inside a mall in El Paso, Texas. That mall sits right next to the Walmart, where a shooting in 2019 left 23 people dead and nearly 24 more injured. 2 men were taken into custody. Police have not commented on possible motives. So far this year, and note we're only 47 days in, there have been more than 70 mass shootings across the country, according to the Gun Violence Archive. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Special Counsel Jack Smith, who's investigating the former guy's efforts to overturn his 2020 election laws, has subpoenaed former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. This subpoena reportedly went out in late January before a separate subpoena was issued to the former Vice President Mike Pence. Pence is challenging his subpoena, arguing he's immune under protections shielding members of Congress from testifying about anything connected to their legislative duties. Well, that's a stretch. Pence's former Chief of Staff Mark Short and Counsel Greg Jacob have already appeared to answer questions. Weather been weird enough for you lately? Well, buckle in. 2 new studies published Wednesday in the journal Nature are sounding the alarm, reporting that the so-called Doomsday Glacier in Antarctica is degrading faster than previously expected, worrying experts that it could collapse and dramatically increase sea levels. These studies found that melting under the Thwaites Glacier in West Antarctica is progressing more slowly than previously believed, but that deep cracks and staircase formations in the ice shelf are melting faster than expected. The glacier dumps tons of ice into the ocean every year, causing about 4% of annual sea level rise. As the glacier retreats, more ice is exposed to ocean water, and it melts. If the glacier collapses, it could cause seas to rise more than 2 feet. Ice that hold back could melt once it's gone, dramatically increasing sea level rise.
Better get your galoshes
authoritarian
on.
leader has done it again. On Wednesday, Ron DeSantis signed a bill expanding his controversial state program to transport migrants. Remember the little stunt he pulled with Martha's Vineyard?
Yes, I do.
Well, this measure allows the DeSantis administration to pick up where he left off last year when he sent 2 planes of migrants from San Antonio, Texas, to Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. This spurred multiple lawsuits and questions as to whether his administration violated state law because the budget law that created the program specified that the money was set aside to relocate, quote, unauthorized aliens from this state. Just unbelievable. And finally, we say goodbye to film icon and sex symbol, yes, Raquel Welch, who died Wednesday at the age of 82. And that's just a bit of what's news for now. I'm Nicole Sandler. If you appreciate these reports and the Nicole Sandler Show, I hope you'll consider making a contribution. My work is listener supported, and I can't do it without your help. Find out more at NicoleSandler.com, and please click on one of those donate buttons.
I'll just click on any one of them. But do you really? I have a dream.
Help is on the way.
Help is on the way.
Turn up your mind.
Turn up your mind.
About 1,000 people lined up to get into the high school gym in East Palestine.
I'm hoping I'll find the mentors. Why don't they clean the creek? I think they are trying, but...
Inside the gym, what was once described as a town hall was more like a job fair. Agencies set up tables where residents could privately ask questions. Concerns mounted over the air quality and the drinking water, both of which, according to state and federal agencies, are still safe. But with reports of people getting sick, animals dying, and that smell, there's a certain level of pessimism.
The smell of death surrounds you.
In the middle of this meeting, Mayor Trent Conaway addressed the dozens of reporters here.
I'll do whatever it takes to make this right.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
That's it.
I'll do whatever it
They took
takes.
over the meeting, opening it up to questions, many of the same concerns we've heard from the very start. The answers also similar, insisting things are safe, but vowing to continue.
I insist.
Do you guys
It's
feel
safe.
like you got any of the answers you came to get?
I insist. I insist.
Norfolk Southern, the railroad operator, did not send its representative, citing safety concerns.
Why should... Don't be scared. We're a harmless town.
They just want answers.
Don't be
I
scared.
talked to a few people just a few moments ago outside here. They felt the same way, that they just didn't get all of those questions answered. They felt as though the answers they are getting are the same ones they've been getting.
Don't be scared now, Garland. Don't be scared. I cannot believe that Norfolk Southern, I have to be careful when I say this thing, was scared to show up in East Palestine, Ohio. They were scared of the Ohioans. They were scared of Buckeyes. They're scared. You know, this is madness. You understand? This is bizarre.
The world has gone mad, I tell you.
Tiny town are now viewed as being dangerous by the corporate, titans that are running their rail cars full of hazardous materials, flammables, toxins through their community.
Buckle down, Joe. Buckle down, Biden. Come on.
They are doing
Buckle down on
to
them.
make sure that the air and the water are safe to breathe and drink. They're scared now. Now they're scared. Honestly, this is really bothering me because I lived in this part of the country for a good solid 2.5 years.
There's Mount
I actually
Shasta.
went to jail there. Okay, I know
Right there in all its
I
glory.
understand what it is that people need to hear at this portion
Mount
of
Shasta.
the bomb train. And what they need to hear is reassurances that the water is
I-5
clean and the
southbound right
air
here in
is
Weed,
safe.
California.
Because these people can't go stay at a hotel. These people can't just go, scurrying away and stay at a Four Seasons. Okay, that is not what can happen.
Four Seasons Landscape
when
and
you
Garden.
have livestock, or when
Can I
you
help
have cattle, or when you have agricultural fields that need tending to, or when you actually have a job that you need to be present for in order to get paid. See, most people don't get paid when there is no, so when there are no hours, when the business is closed.
There's Big Shasta.
Okay,
Or Shastina.
my little staff here, they know that whether we're here or not, they're paid for the whole week, okay? This is what I do. But I appreciate it. Yeah.
Oh, Randy, you're such a great boss.
Oh, man, that didn't take
You didn't invite me. So this is a good opportunity to tell people Monday and Tuesday, the show will not air. People who are on the little staff here, they will get paid by me, even though we will not be on the air because Brett needs vacation.
Wow. So,
throw him
Am I lying? Am I
I
lying?
don't particularly need a vacation. My sister, who's the ultimate coordinator, she's coordinating this family reunion in the Bahamas. It was months and months in advance.
It was.
We've seen a lot of family members in a very cool spot, and I really appreciate you.
Well, I wouldn't know how cool the spot is because you didn't invite me. There's like 40 people are going, okay? And you didn't invite
You're
me.
not in the family, you stupid idiot! It's not a wedding or a party, it's a family reunion!
Because when push comes to shove and your back's against the wall and it's time to take a little vacay.
God, sometimes Randy Rhodes.
Fam in the Bahamas, no
Gets on my
less.
nerves.
I wasn't invited.
Yeah, you're not a fucking family member!
By the way,
Dumbass!
So this is
I wouldn't invite you to my family reunion either, because you're not in the fucking family!
And he created these.
I might invite you to something else, but I'm not going to invite you to that, you fucking moron!
Not good at
Well done.
And they're on this little stand and it says "Forever Together," which I don't know if is a threat or
We're a promise.
it's a sign of love. I don't know, but these are the men I'm surrounded by. Just so you know what I deal with each and every day. I mean, they all produce when they have to, when it's a Hallmark holiday, or when they see you're down, or when they see that you're out, or they see you're down. They'll show up. They will. I mean, they're not bastards. The guys around me, dog guys. But when it's time to go on vacation or something like that, no, I'm not really there.
No, you're not! Just shut up! You stop crying about it! Jesus Christ!
Promoting this conversation.
Go on your own goddamn vacation.
Why aren't we going? I mean, there's like, 40 people that are going. How come Brett didn't invite us? Why are we invited? And I'm like, oh my God. I don't know. I'll ask him.
It is not 40 people. And by the way, you'd be surprised.
It's a family fucking reunion! You don't bust through someone's fucking family reunion!
It really does look like him, I have to say.
Fucking
She's
moron!
prettier than I am, I will say. But Jessica had input into it too, and so when I got it, I was really surprised.
God, go have your own fucking... How many times have you gone to family gatherings and you didn't invite Brett, did you?
And I messaged it over the...
Shut the fuck up!
Apparently had input into, how I look. And I said, well, she's much prettier than I am, but she is not. She's you. So that's what the new bobbleheads are about, okay? That's right. But it does say for Together Forever, which I didn't know if that was, a sign of love or a freaking threat. I just don't know. But anyway, so we won't be here Monday and Tuesday, okay? Because Brett is going
Go on your own little
family,
fucking trip if you're so fucking
without,
butthurt about it.
Parts of his family. Yes, this was many months ago, so it's not a shock. But I pay.
We got another one sitting
even
out
though,
there.
we're not going to be, broadcasting that day because I appreciate that. However, that is not the case for people who work in East Palestine. See how I did that? See how that? It's the beauty of me. It's really the beauty of me. But honestly, here's what I would do. Because I think about, people in this predicament, especially in this part of the country, because I lived in Appalachia, okay? I got in trouble there, I was young there, I was stupid there, and I was protected there as much as a person who's not from there could look forward to getting protection from family and friends that you made down there. So I have fond, but, effed up memories living there. But they are, in the end, fond memories. Because there was a whole family took me in. A whole freaking family, okay? I wish I could talk to the guy I ran away with, but he's dead. Because he's from there. And that's what happens to young people who stay there. They die. They die from drinking themselves to death. Or they die from, now oxycodone. Or they die from, oxycodone. Or they die from fentanyl. You know what I mean? This is a very specific place for me in my memory bank, in my mind. And I have, like I said, a lot of respect for people who didn't leave, who stay there and try and make it work there for their families and their kids. So here's my best advice to you. If anybody in this small town, 5,000 people, or anybody listening who knows somebody in this small town is listening, call up your friends and or family or both and tell them, go get a blood draw. Seriously. Go get a blood draw. Go to Quest or Lab or LabCorp or go to your doctor and get a blood draw. And have medical testing done so that you can feel safer. Because they're not showing up.
There are industries that occasionally do something rotten. And there are industries like big oil, big pharma, and big tobacco that persistently do rotten things.
Oh yeah, we got
There is the
another
nursing
way
home,
station coming up
where
here.
rottenness has become a core business principle. The end of life.
See if I get a green light on my pre-pass. That'd be nice. Green light, please give me that green light. Green light, green light. A green light fills me up with delight. This is Trucker John, the musical. Green light, won't you give me a green light? Nothing gives me more delight than when I get a green light. Green light. Won't you please give me a green light? I'm too tired to fight, so just give me a green light. I actually have a couple miles. I may have been premature on my singing about the green light, but we're getting somewhat close to the green light. The green light. I need to get that green light. Oh, green light. Green light. Won't you please give me that green light? Ba-dum-bum-bum, green light. I like to get the green light. Green lights are best. Red lights are bad. So I need to get the green light. Mount Shasta city limit. Here comes a Mercedes camper van coming up alongside. That'd be cool to have. I'll have to get a used one if I ever, because those new ones are like 225,000 or whatever. It's crazy. It's crazy. Toys in the attic. You're crazy. Is the show coming back on? Let's see. I guess not. I guess this is a good time to say thanks to everybody who's still on, chatting and going along this little ride with me. I appreciate it. Make sure you hit that like button or thumbs up. That's the same thing, right? Thumbs up, like, whatever. Share, subscribe, all that good stuff. Subscribing doesn't cost you anything, and supposedly you get notified, especially if you hit the notify button or the bell or whatever. It'll let you know when I'm going on again. Because you don't want to miss this. This is pretty riveting stuff here, the old Trucker Draw channel. But yeah, we're coming up on the pre-pass, I think. So here's where we need to think about that green light. The green light. Please give that green light. I want to get a green light. The only color I want right now is green. Won't you give me that green light? I want to get that green light. Come on and give me that green light. Give me that green light right now. Come on, see the transponder right there? Give me that green light. And now here's the other part of the transponder. Give me that green, coming up here at the overpass. Green light. Give me that green. I got the green light! Yeah! Woohoo! Yeah! That means I don't have to go in and do the scale. All right, this is Randy.
The EPA, the Ohio EPA is there. The U.S. EPA, the federal government, is there. And they are trying to reassure, they're trying to clean up the streams and the creeks that don't feed into the groundwater. And they're trying to tell people it's okay. We're doing air monitoring, and we're doing ground soil testing, and we're making sure you're safe, which is lovely. Okay, but this is the Biden administration doing all that. Okay, and the corporate interests who lobbied Elaine
So we got the green light and the scale is open.
That's
a good sign.
Mitch McConnell's lovely bride.
That's a good sign that our score is going up.
Who
California
actually rescinded a rule that Obama's administration
start getting more
put
green
into
lights,
place
hopefully.
for railroads, including Norfolk Southern. I can't say it fast. I can't even. It's so. I don't understand the name of that town. But anyway,
Norfolk.
They were the ones who lobbied to get this expensive fix.
The name of the town is
to
Norfolk.
rail car braking systems.
Is that what you're trying to say?
To
Norfolk?
upgrade them, I guess, to pneumatic or electric. I don't know. But to upgrade their braking systems after Obama saw the cause of a giant train derailment that dumped thousands of gallons of poison. He said, okay, what did the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Bureau, say? And they said, it's the braking system, they're not good, and that's why you see these derailments. The whole train, it doesn't stop. Make
them upgrade or fucking hit them hard.
Stop, and then the trains don't stop
Something,
fast
whatever
enough
you can
or
hit them
whatever.
hard
And
with.
so if you upgraded the braking systems, you could maybe, mitigate the kind of damage that we see in these derailments. And so he said, okay, let's do. And the corporate interest didn't want to spend the money because, again, yesterday I was telling you about corporate greed being what it is. It's never enough. It's never enough. Hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars in profit is not enough. It just feeds the greed. It's just like if we can make $1 billion, we can make 2. If we can make 2, we can make 4. And then when you have 5, what do you do with it? We buy back our stock and we do it all over again. What about investing in your equipment? What about it? I mean, like I said, something here breaks. I gotta fix it. I gotta invest in the equipment that broke and fix it, right? or else it's going to sound bad, or it's going to look bad, or something isn't going to fire off the way it's supposed to, or the show's going to fall off the air, or what, and I can't give assurances to people downstream that I'm going to be able to provide something constant for you, because I'm not investing myself. I'm buying back my own stock. I mean, that is what they're doing. It's so sick and sad, and it's preventable. And you have administrations that say it's preventable. Let's prevent it. And then you have administrations that go, oh, you don't want to invest in yourself? No problem. We'll just wipe that, caveat off of your to-do list. We'll just say you don't have to do it. And then they go, and when this happens again, what do? They blame Pete Buttigieg. Or they say they're not spending the infrastructure money correctly. This is not an infrastructure problem. This is an equipment problem with the corporate equipment that Norfolk Southern is responsible for running, responsible for fixing, and this thing about the trainmen, this thing about the 115,000 rail employees who tried to tell us, they tried to warn us, they tried to express it to us, they tried to say, we're exhausted, and 4 of them said, yeah, okay, we'll accept that. 8 of them said, no, we need more time off, we need more sick days.
I think it was the other way around.
Doctor, we need wellness days.
I think 8 of them took the deal, and 4 of them didn't
the
take
corporation said no. Then it was up to Congress under the National Rail Labor Act, or one of these 1930 acts that we have, to do with labor and striking. Because this is why, thank God for labor. This is why we have 5-day work weeks. This is why we don't have child labor in this country anymore. This is why we have paid sick leave. This is okay, and we keep on working for a more perfect union, a more perfect situation. But Congress invoked this National Labor Act and said, we're allowed to step in when it comes to rail, and we're going to say you can't strike. And I'm telling you, I was tweeting my brains out, saying, hey, Biden can, through an executive order, give them the sick days. He can order it, and he should have.
Yeah, well, he didn't. Get over it. Move on.
This is Stephanie Miller, and here's what you missed.
Feliz cumpleaños a mi mamá.
That really has nothing to do with the companies not upgrading the brake systems.
95 today. Wish Mom a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Nothing
She's just
whatsoever.
a baby compared to my 100-year-old mom.
That's the issue, and that's what should be addressed.
Centurion, is that what they call it?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. And I want to tell you
Let the unions, their contracts will come up. They'll
the talk of the town was
they'll reissue that in their next contract.
I know. It's
Let them fight for it again. Maybe they'll get 2 days next
There were
time.
traffic jams. There were Chinese spy
But the
balloons.
brake situation, that can be worked on right now.
Alligators standing up on their legs, chewing up baby children.
Yeah,
By Biden.
palpable.
Yeah.
And Buttigieg.
Alligators standing on the hind legs.
She,
Yeah,
but
we had a
she's
good
so.
time at Farpoint.
They
I
can
can
come down with
Dr.
the
Fred, who came out to say hello. Hello,
full
Fred.
force of
Would
United
you
States
like to say hi as
government.
Barney Rubble?
Hi, Fred.
Because they're being negligent.
Okay. What was I going to
Their
say?
companies
Isn't she
take
just like typical of her party though? She's such a flip-flopping coward, right? She's like, oh, I'll never run if Donald Trump's going to run, and she just goes back and forth, right? And
Well, here's
Donald
how
Trump,
she
she
made
did
her
the usual
decision.
statement after January 6th, and she's going back on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's how she made her decision. You got a phone call. Hello, Nikki. It would really help me if you entered the race, okay? Divide the field. I'll win. I'll give you a great job at the country club cleaning Lindsey Graham's balls, okay?
By the way, we had a caller that called in that couldn't wait for you to comment on Sarah Huckabee Sanders because her cats love it when you do the cows.
You know, she's mouthy. She's mouthy.
I don't like Carlos Elizaraki, whatever the fuck his stupid name is. Because every time he talks about truckers, he puts them down. So fuck you, asshole. Everything that you have, that you're wearing right now, that microphone you're talking into, everything you do, you got it because a fucking truck driver brought it to you. So fuck you, Carlos Elizaraki. Suck my fucking dick, asshole. Motherfucker. Every time he comes on a 70 show, I would turn it off, but then you miss the whole thing because he's in there like interspersed. Fuck you, Carlos Rocky. You weren't even that funny on Reno 9/11. You were like the least funniest in the world. Fuck off. Just in case there's anybody new that jumped in there in the chat, I'm on I-5 in California, Northern California. We're headed south. Just going through these mountains here. Siskiyou Mountains, or whatever the hell it's called. I think the show's coming back on. Let's see.
It's just coming out. I've been looking at the copy that we're getting. What do we know about the sections that have been released just seconds ago?
I'll say the truth of the matter is there is not much here. I was able to read through the entire release in that commercial break. And what we have here is largely the grand jury defining their purpose, describing a little bit of how they conducted the work in which they conducted. They said that at any given time they always had a quorum of 16 jurors, that they interviewed some 75 witnesses, most of them in person and under oath during the course of their work from June to December. And at the conclusion of their work, they voted yay, nay, or abstain on indictments for individuals who were within the purview of what they were assigned to do, which is to look into whether there was any kind of tampering in the election results in Georgia in 2020. And the report does not include their decisions, as we knew it wouldn't, on whether there would be indictments of specific individuals, although it does come to one conclusion that I found notable. The grand jurors say on page 4 of what is a 9-page release in total that in the course of their investigation they found no evidence of fraud on any significant scale in Georgia.
Right. So, we knew that there would not be information about the names of the people, if any, who this grand jury in Fulton County, Georgia, this is Bonnie Wills' special purpose grand jury, who can't indict anybody, okay? They can't indict anybody. They can recommend indicting somebody, and then she has to bring it to a regular, not a special purpose, it's Georgia. That she has to bring it to a regular grand jury, present them with the recommendations of the special grand jury, and explain to a new grand jury who has the authority to indict people why this grand jury recommended indictment of these people. Now, I can say these people because it is plural. It is plural. There are multiple recommendations for indictments in these 9 pages that were released by that was in charge of releasing were redacted. They were not redacted. Names, times, what the special purpose grand jury found, County Superior Court speak, Bonnie Wills arguing before him, asking him not to make the findings public just yet. That indictments were imminent. That was her explanation to the judge, who agreed with her. Oh, in that case, we will not release the names. But of course, the jury doesn't have the ability to actually indict anybody. So releasing people's names, these people, and it's plural. There's more than one. There's
Yeah, we get it. It's plural.
Of people who should and who should not
know what
be
plural
indicted.
means.
And in what relation to the conduct and the aftermath of the big lie conduct of the 2020 general election in Georgia were they attached to? So the judge decided that since there was no due process, and this is a real simple way. You know how everybody always says to you, oh, a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich. So this is one of those scenarios, because in a grand jury there is no defense attorneys for any of the witnesses. There's no defense attorneys present for any allegations that a prosecutor is making to a grand jury regarding a human being, whether that human being in this case be Rudy Giuliani or Donald Trump or Lindsey Graham or the electors who signed up to be fake electors, 16 people there in that particular basket. So he said because they are potential future defendants, and because what was presented to the special grand jury was a one-sided exploration of what happened, and because there are no lawyers in any grand jury scenario, let alone a special grand jury, there are no lawyers advocating for the targets of the investigation, and because those who did testify were not allowed to present evidence or rebut other testimony, he doesn't want the names released. So as a woman, there's something who believes in due process and something who believes in the justice system, not as it is, but the justice system with regard to you're innocent until proven guilty. I believe in that. I agree with him that he should not be releasing the names of people that grand jury can indict. However, what's in these 9 pages is something that will shock MAGA, and that is that this technical expert, the state of Georgia employees and officials, persons who are still claiming that election fraud took place in Georgia, they heard from all panoply of perspectives, viewpoints, and they saw all the evidence that allowed them to decide whether or not they believed that there was election fraud in Georgia. The answer to that was clearly no. They did not find any evidence of fraud in Georgia that would have resulted in a different result. They found zero evidence to conclude that there was widespread fraud in Georgia or any amount of fraud in Georgia that would have changed the result or overturned the result in their election in Georgia in 2020. So that was a definite finding. The other thing that is hair-raising, MAGA's going to, just bull crap and whatever, because they'll never, never deprogram themselves from the cult, okay? I guess you'll get, a person here and a person there that deprograms himself from the cult, but the larger crowd will never deprogram themselves from the cult. That's just a thing. 30% of this country, okay? But what this special purpose grand jury also found was that several, and we don't know how many that is, we don't know if it's 2, we don't know if it's 5, we don't know if it's 7, we don't know if it's 9 witnesses who came to offer their testimony. Some of them had to be subpoenaed. She had to go to South Carolina to get, Lindsey Graham, right? I mean, Bonnie Willis had a really tough road, Here she is, local, Fulton County, Georgia, having to go out of state to compel witnesses who are exerting all kinds of privileges and all kinds of exceptions and all kinds of, objections to having to go to Georgia to testify in front of this special. And she prevailed. And Rudy Giuliani had to testify, Lindsey Graham had to testify, a whole host of people that didn't want to testify were compelled. And now this grand jury finds that a roster of people committed perjury.
was at a crossroads. A mismanaged pandemic had killed almost 500,000 Americans. An economy wrecked by incompetence, out-of-control spending, and corruption. An unstable and malicious president ordered an attack on our elections that led to an attack on our democracy. It was time to decide what kind of president America needed. A man who would fight for working people, or one who spent a lifetime ripping them off. A strong leader in a dangerous world, or one who bowed down to dictators. America made that choice, and resoundingly that choice was Joe Biden. Confidence over chaos, kindness over cruelty, hope over division. America made the right call. In just 2 years, we're strong.
So anyhow, we're just cruising down I-5. I keep bringing it up because I never know who's in the chat. I can't see who's in it. There might be some new person or some lurker. It might be a lurker. And they might want to know where we're at, right? You know, we want to deny lurkers. There's probably like 1 million people watching right now. Tomorrow is Friday, and we were supposed to hit 1 million subscribers by tomorrow. So let's get on that. Time's running out. Got a long way to go. Get to 1 million. Tomorrow's the deadline. Tomorrow by end of business day. So let's get sharing, subbing. Come on now. Let's get on it. Let's get her done. Get her done. I-5 southbound. We're just winding on through here. We got, I don't know, how far we got? 30 miles over this mountain. This here mountain drive. Be coming up on Lake Shasta pretty soon, and it looks like it's, the water level looks like it's gone up quite a bit. But just the past few months or whatever, just from all the rains and stuff. Because it was getting really, really low, like it was drying up. And when we cross, I don't know how much you'll be able to see of it, but maybe you'll see a little bit of it on the sides. I think the show's coming back on. Let's see.
Trillion in household wealth. 401k accounts could lose up to $20,000. No Social Security and Medicare payments. Federal and military employees
get
paid.
Paying for the agencies that inspect our water and keep our planes moving.
Prices for everyday items would go up. Moody's Analytics estimates the GDP would drop by nearly 4%. Nearly 6 million jobs would be lost. And household wealth would drop by $15 trillion, and the U.S. national debt could increase by $850 billion.
A cataclysmic event that would ripple very quickly through the global financial system that would touch people in ways that they can't even imagine.
What about the debt ceiling? Any chance you'd vote for it?
No.
Even if you had even if you had all your votes.
I don't know who that congressperson was, but he's a fucking asshole. In my humble opinion.
Glad to have the MAGA pact.
I'm so humble.
Proud that they lied under oath to get the job. If so, thank them.
So they're still doing these little dilly-majiggers. Dillies.
On the Progressive Voices Network. Here's a sample of what you'll hear.
Brad Vance, President.
Oh my God, I thought Know that shit. Thought the show was coming back on. So I'm just driving. You can see the burnt down forest on the right hand side. They had a pretty big fire come through here about 3 years ago. Had a bunch of fires. Actually on both sides of the freeway, but you can see it maybe on the right side. Burned up in these trees. Back on that story about the train.
Republican, a military, an Air Force officer, for some reason, seems kind of mellow about the whole thing.
Mellow.
Doesn't seem, says, you know, we got a seat for your people to just, that's not going to get things done. You got to start rattling some cages to get some attention down there, because the Biden administration does a great job of not addressing any issue that really affects Americans. Is also looking the other way here.
Really?
You cannot allow them to do that. They have to be battered in order to speak about China, and now they're ignoring this. I'm also asking what's going on with the whole train system. You got derailments happening at a dizzying rate. Does this have anything to do with the strike and the brokering of the strike that took place against these workers, Will? So for them not to show
now all of a
last
sudden
night,
Fox News is
these guys got
pro-union, right?
At the same time, they got to live their lives.
Fuck you.
For the most part, the way this city profiles, this is a working class area who live paycheck to paycheck. They don't have money to go stay in a Four Seasons.
Plus, they go there to get answers, and the company doesn't show up, Norfolk Southern, because they're scared. They said that they're worried about their safety, and then the people are asking questions. They're screaming out questions. If you watch the full video when they're sitting here in the high school auditorium or gymnasium, and Bill Johnson, the congressman, he said, look, the White House is not here. If you have a question, then write it down. Here's my card. Send it to me, and all the questions will be answered. I will contact the White House.
Right. Speaking of the White House, apparently regulations regarding train safety were changed during the Trump administration.
Yes.
This particular railroad and others lobbied.
Municipal well water was safe to drink. They're monitoring the air. There are air.
There's a big article in here about how the trains, and I noticed this when I was
Got
working.
some buffering through here.
When I was
Got some
working.
buffering through here.
These inspections are the way they're done. And what they're doing is they're cutting orders on these inspections. We used to have 140 people in my department. I ran into a ran into a buddy of mine who's still working. They're down to 64 people. And in this article, what they're doing is they're putting these trains on tracks before they get in the terminal, and they're having the train crews, which they're already overworked, inspecting these trains. And it's our work, and my union wrote an article. They brought this forward to the FRA, and they are looking into it now, but it's a coincidence that this happened. Now, as far as this breathing here, I live like 28 miles away. I noticed some things here. Now they've extended it almost to Pittsburgh.
Motion needs to come down hard.
The fumes, I don't know what's in the air, but people are complaining here now about sore throats. And you can feel something that's in the air. It's not the same. But I want to make this comment. Back when when they first took over Norfolk and Southern, I want to say this. I believe when it was Penn Central, a lot of the people that were in management were brought up in the railroad industry. They may have been a carman and they became in management. They didn't cut corners as much as what you see now. These people, I give you an example. When I first hired,
bean counters.
We were working the track, me and my friend, my co-worker, and this truck pulled up. It was a new manager, or one of these road foremen, and we were standing there between the cars doing an air brake test. He come over because we were standing there for 10 minutes. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "We're working a track." And here, this guy didn't even know how to do an air brake test.
Yeah,
and
because they're just
wrote
bean
for him.
counters.
And what did he work for? He
They're
worked
not
for
skilled in
Coca-Cola
anything else.
before. They're hiring people that are bean counters.
Ah!
And
That's what I
just told
said.
what to do. And he didn't even know what was going on. And here the FRA happened to be out in the yard that day, and he thought we were just loafing. He had no clue about a brake test.
Right.
None.
Yeah.
And their slogan, I mean, since they've been down there, I've seen this problem. It was getting worse and worse. And like that's what happened to me. I got hurt. First thing you do, you get trial papers. They want to fire you. Meanwhile, you bring all this stuff up to them, what's going on. It goes in one ear and out the other. Out here, now our water's going to be contaminated. You know the story. You're calling it right, Randy. But what was funny that my question is, and I've been a Democrat all my life, but Buttigieg should be down there, I believe. What's going on here? And this has been going on. That's what my union magazine is saying too. So that's why I want to make the comment, because I think now these effects are going to be more widespread. What's happening here?
I thank you for calling me with your experience. I appreciate your expertise in this area. I know that's true. I saw the union, they have a Twitter channel too, and I saw them talking about how the carmen were laid off, and that they were told that instead of a 3-minute inspection, which to me sounded light, but because I was an airplane,
Right.
But they said instead of a 3-minute inspection, now they're down to like a 30-second inspection.
Yeah, that's what they would do. They'd come and say, we're too long on the track.
Yeah.
And we were out there, like I said, this guy didn't know how to do a brake test. We have to walk the brakes, set them up, check the brakes. They didn't even care.
Yeah.
And, like as far as these tank cars, when you can do an inspection, there's a slip you get. It's called a CRBA. You rate the first car you worked in the last car, and you may have a train which all coal cars. Well, there's no hazardous material. That's why the governor from Ohio, when he made that comment the other day, he didn't know about dangerous trades or what's a dangerous trade. If you got one tank car,
It's a hard break, dude. Got to break for those hard brakes. So when you hear that music coming up, you better make your point. You can't just ramble on. Ramble on! We're almost to the top of this little grade here. We're almost there. Almost. I got to downshift again. Down into 7th gear here. We were so close, so very close. I was gonna go around this guy, but right here now, so. Still on Interstate 5, southbound. Okay, we were buffering. I don't know how much, I'm not sure where it cut off. But I was just going to make this point when we're down at the bottom of the hill, and then we're going to have like 300 miles or whatever of just sort of, bare, flat land. But just know that that is the San Joaquin Valley, and that is what was for many years was called the breadbasket of America because of all the food they would grow. I guess it still is. I don't know. It seems like they just grow nuts now. It's like the nut basket of America. But yeah, that's the farmland of California. So we go from the mountains to the farmland pretty soon here. Pray for the farmers. We used to have Jeannie Shannon. I don't know if Jeannie Shannon's on. I think she might have unsubbed. Because I haven't seen her in a while. But, I think she got mad because I was like all pro-Biden and shit. But still, pray for the farmers. Because Another little hill. Little tiny hill. Climbing it. We got 19 miles to Reading. Brad and Debbie.
Despite their toxic cargo, DeWine called on Congress to tighten regulations for trains carrying hazardous substances, seemingly unaware that the Trump administration rolled back multiple train safety rules at the railroad industry.
Thanks, Trump.
Including requirements for safer braking
Thank Trump for this one.
Or just like to not notice.
As of airtime, DeWine has not requested a formal disaster declaration from President Biden to release more federal resources, contradicting baseless right-wing media claims of a lackluster federal response. In New Zealand, just weeks after record rainfall triggered deadly flooding in Auckland, a massive cyclone, Gabrielle, this week caused widespread destruction across the North Island, triggering floods and landslides, collapsing buildings, and destroying transportation, power, and communications infrastructure. New Zealand Prime Minister Chris Hipkins declared a national emergency for only the third time in the country's history. New Zealand's climate minister, James Shaw, blasted the New Zealand Parliament for its delays.
I don't think I've ever felt as sad or as angry about the lost decades that we spent bickering and arguing about whether climate change was real or not, whether it was caused by humans or not, whether it was bad or not, whether we should do something about it or not, because it is clearly here now. And if we do not act, it will get worse.
New Zealand is just having a terrible, terrible time with this. 2 major disasters in just the last few weeks.
Yes, it's very difficult to recover from that. At the South Pole, the amount of floating sea ice encircling Antarctica has reached the lowest level ever recorded for the second year in a row since the satellite era began in 1979. That's according to the National Snow and Ice Data Center. In a different study, scientists trying to understand how quickly ice in Antarctica is melting say they encountered, quote, an eerily warm ocean, and found that the warming ocean and marine heat waves are eroding coastal ice shelves and carving up the underside of the important Waits Glacier, with major implications for rising sea levels.
Yeah, like enough ice, if it melts, it leaves the sea levels by about 2 feet around the pole.
Finally, a bit of good news. Your next washing machine and refrigerator would be much cheaper to operate in a few years thanks to new energy efficiency rules proposed by the U.S. Department of Energy. The first efficiency upgrade to made for appliances in more than 10 years. Once finalized, the agency says the new efficiency rules will reduce carbon emissions and collectively save Americans about $3.5 billion a year on energy and water.
The claimants again on Fox News and the companies to take away their washing machines. Of course, for more on all of these stories and on what we're going to get to today, check out our website at www.onramp.com. Find, follow, and share us wide, Facebook, Twitter, and Mastodon. At 3. I'm Brad Friedman.
And I'm Debbie Noyan.
And this has been
Yeah, some these slow pokes.
Progressive Voices support the Green News Report by stopping by bradblock.com/donate.
We believe that all men are
believe help is on the way.
Help is on the way.
Turn up your mind.
Rarely does one is about disaster like this. I heard firsthand months ago about the former practice of precision scheduled railroading.
staff, longer hours, longer trains, less safety, less maintenance. Do I have all that right?
Oh, you got it all right. I mean, a lot of the derailments that you're seeing on national TV is one of a few things. It's lack of maintenance on the track, where they've cut the track gauge too short and they can't get out to fix it, or they've cut the carmens, which is the union that works on the rail cars. So we have one derailment here in Northeast Ohio where the wheel flange was very thin and it picked a switch and derailed the entire train. Luckily, it was full of cable wax and not something highly volatile.
Rail workers tried to strike over this stuff, but were stopped by Congress. A few weeks later, and here we are. Several Norfolk Southern cars of toxic, highly volatile chemicals exploded fantastically in the tiny town of East Palestine, Ohio, 20 miles from where I grew up. So I met Clyde at East Palestine to ask him about it.
It looks like a faulty bearing caused any catastrophic derailment. These railroads are turning profits hand over fist. They've cut their workforce to bare bones, and now they're paying the price for it because the wheels are falling off the train, basically.
So here we are, giving up on
inspecting cars
Shasta
about
Lake
3 minutes per car. That's always been the industry standard. Now it's 90 seconds per car.
Is that because of PSR?
Yes, it's a rush job right now, and these guys are under pressure, and they're working men and women, and you know, if they don't hurry up and get this car done, they're going to be fired.
Great points. So I went to a press conference with Norfolk Southern and Ohio Governor Michael Wine to ask them about this. What could Precision Scheduled Railroad have to do with the axle failure that caused the derailment?
I have no idea if it's a mechanical issue. Precision Scheduled Railroading is a management process.
Not a great answer, and that's probably because Norfolk Southern let a worker take the fall, rather than a single corporate executive showing up in the town that they polluted to be held accountable. You see, Wall Street owns Norfolk Southern. 74% of shares are owned by a who's who of infamous hedge funds. And this is the business model that they demand. Profit at any cost. And disaster like this is simply a cost of doing business. They cut everything, make all the money, and pay off disasters in tiny flyover towns from the profit. But instead of answering for any of that, they're betting that the corporate media, under the same pressure for extreme profit as railroads, will only ask questions about how much cancer people will get and not why this preventable disaster happened.
Thank you very much for that. I mean, honestly, people who work for, pay 3 minutes to inspect the
buffering,
cars,
I know, buffering,
move along,
I know.
get it out there, and name it, actually have a name for it called Precision Rail Scheduling, Precision Railroading Schedule. I mean, bite me on this. And of course, they don't give a damn about these little towns. The East Palestine, I think the population there is 5,000 people. So what? 3,892 of them get cancer 10 years from now, but nobody will even remember what happened 10 years ago. It's like the burn pits in Iraq, okay? It's the same damn thing. It's the same thing. It's corporate titans that are doing burn pits in Iraq that are now running railroads here in the United States. And, everything is a publicly run company, a publicly purchased company. It's shares, got to move the shares, got to make the shares valuable, so buy back your own stock, increase the value of the shares. I mean, everybody else can go to hell. Everybody else can die. And 10 years from now, when people are dying from whatever, benzene, if benzene is present in the water, if benzene is present in the air, I hate to tell you this, but these people are so screwed. So screwed. But 10 years from now, who will remember? Who will remember about this
I will.
Southern train derailment? No one will. Except the people that are actually getting sick and dying. They'll say, I wonder if and that's why I'm telling you two things. Go get a blood draw now. Get a baseline medical exam when you're okay. You're okay now. You're healthy now. Actually, let them screen your blood for all kinds of crap right now. Let them screen for benzene. They can do that. Let them screen for, toxins. Let them do a toxicity screen. And this time, it isn't going to be looking for fentanyl, okay? This time it's going to be looking for heavy metals. This time it's going to be looking for plastics and precursors for hard plastics, things like that.
Heavy metal.
Go do that. And then the other thing that I wanted to tell you about that I left out, another place that you can go, and they're small. So I don't know, that they can handle like a ton of phone calls or a ton of emails. But for 5,000 people living in this tiny little place, I think they can manage. But it's called River Valley Organizing, rivervalleyorganizing.org. It's a not-for-profit. And the people that work there try to, focus on systemic wrongs, things that are happening institutionally, things that are happening structurally, things that, happen because of a lack of health care equity, things like that. And they also are kind of river watchers, So I would contact rivervalleyorganizing.org and see what they can offer as far as advice for people who are affected by these plumes that are now, headed towards Pittsburgh. Just saying, that's a city. That's a major city. And I know that's a major city because that's where my sister-in-law lives. So.
Oh, really? That's the only reason you know that?
You can do now.
Because your sister-in-law lives there?
And of course, it's going to take, years and years of.
I don't know anyone lives there, and I know Pittsburgh is a major
corporation, no doubt about it. But you're going to need medical records, and you're going to need them now. You're going to need them today. You're going to need the baseline reports beginning now. So I feel an obligation to the people of this region of the country, as some of you know. Because it is, like I said, I have some fond but effed up memories of that place. And I always said to myself, when I really wanted to get out of there, when I really understood I couldn't stay anymore, when I sort of, understood there was nothing I could do at that young age to make anybody's life better, but knew that this was not going to get better at the hands of the people that, were flailing around, because they didn't have information, they didn't have responsive politics, they didn't have people that were advocating for them. I always thought, if I ever get to a situation, if I ever get to a place of any sort of, influence or power, I would help figure stuff out. I would help try to make it a little bit better for Appalachia. And that's all I can think of to do today. That's all I can think of. How lucky I am and how unlucky they are just because of where they were born. And their affection for their land, their affection for their culture, their affection for their town, their affection for their friends and their family. And that's what drives them every single day. Now, when I say effed up, I'm talking about, these are the things I saw. I could just tell you what I saw. I saw people going to Pentecostal churches on Wednesday night, handling snakes and speaking in tongues, and then coming home, taking some pills, and beating the crap out of their wives. Okay, so that's what I mean when I tell you that I have fond memories of the close-knit nature of towns like these, but I also have realistic memories of how messed up it is. And I always said, I would try. I would never forget it. I would reach back if I could.
Never forget, Randy. Never forget.
Like I said, the people I knew there, they're all gone. They're all dead. Except for one, who's a Trumper. And he says to me, whenever I communicate with him, he's the older brother of the guy that I ran off with. And he says, Randy, do not talk to me about politics. Anything else, but do not talk to me about politics.
Because he can't handle the truth.
So I do it from afar. But can you imagine you run a company where you're too afraid for your own physical safety to go talk to the people in the town?
That dude, his politics are fucked up. You can't handle the truth. The assholes that he supports are the ones that are responsible. Everyone in his town dying.
And there are industries like big oil, big pharma, and
you don't want
big
to talk
tobacco
about
that persistently do rotten things. Then there is the nursing home.
I-5 southbound, we are basically in Reading, I guess. Or this might be something else. This might be, I don't know, Shasta City or something? I'm not sure. Well, that was way up the hill. I don't know. But we're getting close to Reading. If this isn't Reading, we're close to it. Again, and I know we're just getting the interstate freeway view. So here's the Reading city limit right here. So I guess we're officially in Reading now. There's gonna be some shoulder work coming up here. Let's see. Looks like it is maybe 45 degrees. I think that 45 is still back. It's giving me the temperature from back at Lake Shasta. It's probably a little warmer down here. Yeah, because it says Lakehead. Lakehead is way back when we crossed that first bridge over Lake Shasta. Just looking at my phone, it hasn't updated to Reading yet. I don't know when it's going to do it. Well, I don't know why it's not doing it. By the time I get it updated, I might not even be in Reading anymore. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, come on over. Come on over to the other side. We'll probably go live for about another hour, maybe. I think I'm going to stop at the Pilot, which is about 60 miles from right here, from the spot. So probably about another hour. And when I pull in there, I'll go ahead and shut her down.
All things Randy at RandyRhodes.com. Speaking truth to power, the Randy Rhodes Show.
Look, I know this bill doesn't have paid sick leave. These rail workers and frankly every worker in America deserves. But that fight isn't over. I didn't commit we were going to stop just because we couldn't get it in this bill that we were going to stop fighting for it. I've supported paid sick leave for a long time. I'm going to continue that fight till we succeed.
All right, so that was Christmas time. That was Joe Biden talking about how Congress had to vote to break the strike for these rail workers to get paid sick leave. He says he's not done fighting for it, blah, blah, blah. That's right. That's when I started tweeting my face off. Okay, I started saying, you can do this by executive order. You could put this into you could put this into practice. You can actually make this happen. And maybe this was the turning point. Maybe this was enough.
Yeah, he will.
Whatever the hell.
Stop fucking crying.
Into the air.
Stop tweeting your head off. He's going to do it.
4,700 people. That's the population of these Palestinians. And people don't trust anything now. They don't trust anything. So, the caller is right. The caller who had the expertise in railroading, he understood that Pete Buttigieg does need to go there. He does. So does Biden. They need to get their little butts down there. They need to show up for these people. They need to make a big deal about, showing that the water is clean, showing the test results, showing that they went through, 500 houses, showing that the air quality is okay. They need to show that they are the people who
said he drank, but
protect
didn't drink shit.
The people who didn't vote for them. That they are the president, that he is the transportation secretary for the entire United States of America. Because look, Donald Trump is the person who rescinded the rule that maybe, we don't know, because it didn't happen with the rule in place. It happened without the rule in place about the braking systems being upgraded. But we don't know, okay? So I'll admit, nobody knows. That's why they call it an accident, okay? But the idea that if this had happened in, Atlanta, or a city that didn't vote for Donald Trump, or in a place that didn't vote for Donald Trump would throw paper towels at you. You know that. You've seen that. You've experienced that. You understand that he was not the president for the entire United States of America. Joe Biden has an opportunity here to clearly demonstrate that he is the president for the entire United States. Even people didn't vote for him, which I know he believes is his duty.
He does that all the time.
I know that about him. He's said it a million times. Now show up. Just show up. Do it. And Buttigieg does need to show up. And he needs to explain what exactly happened to this rule. And he needs to say exactly what I just said. We don't know if this would have happened with this new rule about the braking systems. We don't know. That's why they call it an accident. Nobody plans for this to happen. But they planned to not protect against what might have happened. They told the company, okay, that is a wholly owned subsidiary of Wall Street, that their business practices were fine. And they didn't need to invest in upgrading their equipment. And they didn't need to give sick days to the workers. And they didn't need to stop this precision railroading technique of theirs that cuts costs to the bone so that they could make obscene profits and buy back their stocks with it. Also, here's another little detail of the story that is really hair-raisingly ugly. This is fugly, okay? I don't know if you heard this or not, and if you did, you probably just heard it in passing, because I haven't heard anybody down on this. But the railroad company, Norfolk Southern, they offered the residents $1,000 per household for their inconvenience. $1,000. If you were offered $1,000 for your inconvenience from a company, if this ever, God forbid, ever presents itself to you, make sure, 1,000% sure, that there isn't a waiver of your rights associated with taking that $1,000. Now, I understand that to some people, $1,000 is the difference between making it this month and not making it this month. I get that. I totally understand it. I've lived like that the majority of my life. I mean, I had 5 good years of money, okay, in my whole life. So I get this. I grew up poor. When I lived in Southern Ohio, I was really dirt poor. I have lived in places with dirt floors, with chicken coops below my feet, okay? I know what it is. But if somebody comes and they offer you $1,000, you go like, oh, I'll take it, especially if you have to leave your house and go to a Motel 6, right? You got to pay that bill. Don't take it if there's a waiver that says you're waiving your rights, okay? Don't do it, don't take it. I have seen waivers of rights in my lifetime. I have waived my rights. You know, this is really in Florida. You know, the homeowners,
so she knows
the
what she
homeowners
speaks.
insurance has gone through the roof. Why? Because roofers and lawyers teamed up together. They went to people's houses. They said, hey, we could fix your roof, for nothing. Just, sign this piece of paper. And what they were signing was a waiver of their right to claim from their insurance company the cost of repairing their roof, okay? And they gave that away, and they gave it to the roofers and the lawyers. And then the lawyers went to the insurance companies and demanded top dollar for work that wasn't done. And that's why the homeowners rates have skyrocketed. My homeowners insurance went up $3,000 a year this year. And it's all because of this kind of business.
There's another way station.
This kind of fraud. It's because of this kind of bilking of people, taking away people's rights, right? In order to give your rights to somebody else who's just going to toss them or make money off of them. So do not take money after a terrible explosion like this or some sort of a disaster from any company that has in it an agreement to waive your rights to litigation or to waive your rights to, hold them liable, that you're holding them harmless. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's so disgusting. $1,000 they are. And you know that there were waivers that they had to sign in order to... And sometimes it's just the back of the check. When you sign the back of the check, you're waiving your rights. Sometimes this is so vile, okay? And that's why there's tension in the town on, last night when they had the... But imagine you as a decent person. And, some of you run businesses. Some of you own small businesses. There's no such thing as a small business if it's your business. I'm just saying. But some of you run your own business. Can you imagine if you were running a business that you were running it so haphazardly and so dangerously and so carelessly in order to cut corners that if, God forbid, something happened in your neighborhood or in your community where your business is, you would be too afraid to show up and answer questions of people that may have been hurt by your business practices. Just imagine, and that is what we're looking at here. We're looking at a corporate practice of a really seriously profitable company. I mean, like billions in profits, not revenue, profits, billions. And they say that they're afraid of the people in the community doing violence to them. This is why they didn't show up last night. This is being portrayed on Fox News and Fox and Friends and blah, blah, as they were afraid for their safety, which, you know, leaves room for thinking, oh, maybe they were afraid of the air. No. They were afraid of the people getting physical with them because they know what they did.
Well, either way, it shows that they created the whole mess.
This is Stephanie Miller, and here's what you missed. Are you enjoying the alien invasion?
I am. You know what? I'd like to think that the aliens are just sending these things out to try to drop a message to us, and
so in Reading,
they keep getting shot down. The aliens are just like, what the hell?
It's 52 and sunny here.
I get that, you know, A, alien invasion, B, Super Bowl. So
52 and sunny here in Reading. Actually, we're not in Reading now. Now we're in, I think this is Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Whenever I hear that name Anderson, I think of the first Matrix. They brought him in for questioning, whatever. Mr. Anderson. That's what I think of. It's how my little mind works. So yeah, that way station should be coming up in the next couple miles here, I think. If memory serves. There's an RV park. We'll be crossing the Sacramento again. We'll be crossing the Sacramento River. Like, I was going to say a million times, or obviously not a million times, but it is probably like a dozen times. Between here and Sacramento. I thought the Snake River was a mighty river.
The evidence described by my colleagues today and assembled throughout our hearings.
This RV park has a disc golf course. Yeah, Donald Trump is a traitor. That's for sure. For sure. Does not really like America. Does not like democracy. Does not even like a republic. He likes dictatorships. He wants to be the head dictator. Oh, here's Anderson right here. So maybe we're still in Reading to that point. Up to that point. So now we're in Anderson. I wonder if I'll get a call from this Camping World. One time I just clicked on a Camping World thing and it had a camper van. It was from Anderson. And I swear to God, they're tracking me because every time I pass through here, I'll get like an email Gmail that says, "Are you still interested in that camper?" And it's only when I pass through. Somehow they're tracking me. They're tracking me! They got trackers on me. Let's go back to the show, shall we? The Randy Rhodes Show.
Call in, connect. To speak to Randy, call 561-270-3844. 561-270-3844.
On to Florida.
The state of Florida is where woke goes to die.
Oh boy.
This course on Black history, what's one of the lessons about? Queer theory. Now, who would say that an important part of Black history is queer theory? That is somebody pushing an agenda for kids. You mean to tell me that the history of those people isn't important? You're saying that the history of America isn't important? It's not really Black history, it's the history of America. Honestly, you don't know what he's talking about.
Can you imagine someone saying that European studies or Western civilizations has no inherent value whatsoever?
We have teachers who are not able to teach the curriculum that they want because they disagree with Ron DeSantis and his view of the world. That is limiting free speech.
They are trying to shield students from the truth about history.
We are nothing without our history, which is exactly why conservatives are going after public education in America, to erase, dismantle, and rewrite the true account of our past. What happened on this soil, the oppression that was fought and overcome, and which shaped who we are and the very moment we are in. History is vital, as is knowledge. It's why education is so often ground zero in the U.S. culture wars, and why Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' apparent White House ambition strikes at the heart of the American classroom.
You know, we have to stop calling this a culture war because it's not a culture war, okay? The culture war, you know, it doesn't exist here. We have a criminalization of books, okay? You have a governor who is having certain books that, you know, one person or two people are deeming inappropriate for the classrooms, you know, to have a felony. A felony. That is not a cultural divide. That's not a cultural conflict. That is a felony. That is criminalizing certain ideas, and that is fascism. Also, the corporate titans are all part of it. You understand that. Oligarchy, they all rely on, you know, people being brainwashed. They all rely on a dearth of, you know, history. Or teaching history in a way that leaves out the labor movement, or teaching history designed to keep us, you know, in bondage, basically, to now the corporate titans. It used to be the ag industry. It used to be, you know, like big plantations. And now it's just big corporations. It's the Fortune 500. It's whatever they want, whatever they can use, whatever they can do, even signing away your rights, you know, to health care after they poison you or whatever. It's all part of the same exact MO. And so, of course, the first thing that they go after is history. They want to, you know, tell you a version of history that benefits them. And who are they? They're the elite. That's who they are.
The white overlords.
And they don't want you to know about the labor movement. They don't want you to know about, you know, free labor. They don't want you to know about child labor. They don't want you to know about LGBT rights. They don't want you to know about Black history, which is American history, or migrant history, which is American history. You know, and we have a governor who is willing to actually feed
the way station is coming up.
White supremacist dream.
So
that,
hopefully it's closed.
He is of the mind that if you know, he has to go to Texas to find some migrants, because Florida doesn't really have a giant problem. So if he has to go to Texas to find some Venezuelans, definitely not Cubans, don't let them be Cubans. They vote for Republicans. But if I can go to Texas and pick up some Venezuelans from Greg Abbott, who's like-minded, then I can use taxpayer money and send them to Martha's Vineyard to make some sort of a weird fascist statement about how I'm willing to, criminalize Venezuelans. If I'm willing to go to South Miami and find a couple of black voters who legitimately believed that since we had Amendment 4 in this here state saying that felons had their right to vote restored, with some exceptions, but they didn't understand that they were the exception, okay? So they voted. Now, if he actually goes and films their arrest, which, by the way, have been thrown out of court, if he goes and films it and actually has a press briefing with law enforcement looking all tough and fashy behind him, even though he knows that his voters in the villages, California, in the middle of the state, literally voted twice, repeatedly, like many people, like more than 5 people, voted twice in the villages for Donald Trump. And he knows that, but if he can go get some black faces on a videotape and show that they're the ones, they're the felons, A, B, they're the ones that tried to commit voter fraud, and I'm not tolerating that from them, and I put it on the TV, well then I can propel myself into the next autocrat,
I think I see trucks going in there.
Dictator. I can actually make myself appealing to white supremacists.
So let's get a green light.
And that is what he's doing with his education thing. But that's why education, that's why they always go for it. And it's taken on Disney too, because, Disney happens to, have no policy.
I haven't seen this scale open in years. And they don't even have the transponder on. They're sending everybody in there. God damn it, these assholes. I have not seen this scale open, I bet you, in 10 years. Motherfucker. Where's the scale? I guess this is right here. It's kind of confusing. I guess that's the little inspection area over there. There, you happy? You happy? happy you made me do that? It's a 7,000-pound load. You ain't gonna get nothing for that. It's so funny. I was saying it was 99.9999% of the time it closed, and then they were open. Literally, I think that's the first time in like 10 years that I've seen that scale open. Now all of a sudden they want to fucking open it again. Bastards. They are bastards. Nothing but motherfucking bastards. Alright, no biggie, no biggie. Made it through, got through. Buffering for some reason. We're out in open land, but doing some buffering. We stop it up here in it's a pilot truck stop. The town is Orland, I believe. Just stop there. They got a Wendy's. I'll just go to Wendy's for lunch. There's a Tesla. Yeah, nice little Tesla there going by. Got a roof rack or something. So I guess we got about 38 miles to this pilot. Caltrans up here doing something, or maybe I don't know. Maybe it's not called Caltrans. I guess it's it looks like Caltrans. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Must be something important. Again, I just want to thank everyone for being in the chat and hanging out. And even if you leave, and you can always come back. I know these are long journeys, long times. Just going down the road. Go, come back, check it out. Come and go, come and go. Just make sure you hit the thumbs up button. And if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. We're trying to get to 1 million by tomorrow. We got a ways to go. We're trying to hit 1 million subs by tomorrow, end of business day. So we need to get on that, guys. We need to get on that. Hit that share button. Share. Just start clicking the share button. Okay, I think the show's coming back on. Let's go back to Randy Rhodes now.
Keep your political agenda out of our schools.
Of my peanut butter.
How can you stand and try to rewrite history for a race of individuals that you are not even a part of? Really, you just don't want to talk about the tough parts of history? I mean, that cowardice.
Yes,
history
it is.
A beautiful, ugly story, and you got to embrace
warts and
Black
all.
History
right?
does not make anybody uncomfortable. Racism makes people uncomfortable. Injustice makes people uncomfortable.
Everybody needs to learn. Like, we need to represent those people who have been mistreated throughout history, because African American history is America's history.
You should have left
Yep.
us alone.
Very well spoken.
If you would study history, Governor, you would have known to mess with us in education always ends in your defeat. I heard you say that Florida is the state where woke comes to die. And I tell you, Governor, you just resurrected woke with more power than it has ever had. Thank you for trying to kill it, because now God is going to resurrect it.
I think he screwed up. I think he did. I think DeSantis screwed up really, really bad. People are just so offended at making education, certain education, criminal. They're just so offended because everybody understands, what it is to learn, history is to unlock, ideas and concepts and to prevent, from the repetition of a bad history. That's all it's about. And these concepts that he's so afraid of are concepts that don't have anything to do with personal racism. They don't have anything to do with, your child was the great-great-grandson of an enslaver. That is not what this is about. That is not what this history is about. That is not what they're going to, try to teach in, African-American history class, AP or any other. You know what? This is about structures. This is about structural racism. This isn't about personal racism. This is about things like redlining. This is about things like voting while black. Okay, this is about, shipping migrants from Texas to Martha's Vineyard on Florida's taxpayer dime in order to be political about immigration. Okay, this is about structures. It's not about people. It's not about, a person is going to feel guilty about their heritage, several centuries later. No, that is not what this is. This is the authors that he's trying to ban have written about very specific concepts, very specific histories, very specific things like redlining and banking. Redlining and banking that was designed as a structural inhibition to, buying homes to create black wealth. I mean, the idea that, Black Wall Street was burnt down is something that, wouldn't make me feel bad when I learned about it. I didn't feel bad. I didn't say, oh my God, I'm white and I was... No, I said, oh my God, the structures in this country that enabled people to, take wealth away have got to be defeated. Certain groups are at an intersection of multiple oppressions. For example, if somebody is a black woman, she is at the intersection of two discriminatory oppressions. Like she's black, but she's also a woman. So it's race and gender. Now add to it that she's gay. She's gay. So now she's being discriminated against for three things that she has no control over: her gender, her race, and her sexual orientation. Okay, what if she is a gay, black, female Muslim?
Oh, Muslim.
You see, that's what intersectionality is. Rhonda in Erie explained it really well the other day, so that even I could understand it. Hopefully you can too. But that is what Kimberly Crenshaw, who coined the term intersectionality, was trying to explain as a concept of how a person can end up in crosshairs, if you will, of several discriminatory attitudes that might be codified in our institutions.
So I got the white.
For instance, women are losing their rights to make medical decisions.
And I got
For instance,
the
Donald Trump stood on a stage and said he was going to do a Muslim ban. For instance, gay marriage is under attack. We had to actually codify that into law. Interracial marriage is under attack. We had to codify that into law. Okay? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you.
It has nothing to do with a person. It has to do with structures. And the structures create outcomes. And if you don't like certain persisting structures and practices that create terrible outcomes, then you need to learn these concepts so that you don't recreate them going forward. And that's
Those who
what
don't
this
study
particular
history are doomed
history
to repeat
course
it.
is trying to express. It is it's not pointing its finger at anybody and saying,
Here comes
you
a, looks like a 65 Mustang.
feel anguish. No, it's looking at corporate,
Pretty decent
for the
shape.
most part, structures and government structures that
Very
create
good shape,
very dismal outcomes for the people who are targeted by them. So, is it going to be okay with you that a small black child right now going to school, who maybe is living, she was born into poverty, and she's going to feel that her parents and her grandparents are responsible for their own impoverished position relative to white children?
White children.
I want to explain to the whole class that there are structures that have been set up in this country, and they're perpetuated in some parts of this country, that consistently and persistently create these outcomes. And that it's not through, some void in genetics. It's not through some, predetermined destiny that people end up in these positions. That it's structurally designed to produce bad outcomes over and over and over and over again by whoever is dominant racial group. That's what this is. Now, I will say in Germany, they do teach the Nazi past. They teach what it is. They teach how it happened. They teach about propaganda. They teach about final solution. They teach about the war. And I'm sure it makes some German children, feel terrible, but I'm sure it also makes Germany one of the most stable democracies on this planet, because they know what the signs are, because they know what the little, crumbs, the breadcrumbs, when they're put out one after the other, where they lead. And so they're on their guard against that, right? But obviously it could cause anguish and guilt in some German children. And that is probably why there are German white supremacists who don't want their children to hear the true Nazi past. But they do teach it to prevent anything, even remotely associated with that, from ever getting root, from ever gaining ground in Germany. They do. They don't ban the idea of what happened. That's indoctrination. Indoctrination is when you ban ideas. When you tell somebody that your way of doing things is the only way of doing things. You are indoctrinating them. The free flow of ideas does not indoctrinate people into one way of thinking. The banning of ideas indoctrinates people into one way of thinking. The right wing in Florida and the white supremacists is celebrating the banning of information and concepts. They are celebrating the banning of books. And they are saying, it's freedom from indoctrination. Banning ideas is indoctrination. That is as Orwellian a concept as you could get when it comes to education.
Hey, Orwellian.
Informed decision-making creates good policy.
Makes
it applies across the board.
sense. Alrighty then. That was the Randy Road Show for today. Thank you very much for listening along with me as we drive down Interstate 5. Yes, we are on Interstate 5. We just passed Red Bluff, or technically this might still be Red Bluff. But we are heading southbound. Don't you know? In about half an hour or so, maybe 20 minutes, I'm going to be stopping at the Pilot truck stop. I believe that is exit 619. Yeah. And stop in here for lunch. There's a Volt chugging over. And that's when I'll go ahead and end the live stream. Just to give you a heads up. A heads up on that. Good buddies. I believe Nicole Sandler show should be coming up here pretty soon. We can listen to some Nicole. She does get to be a little bit shrill in her voice, and her mic volume is always the loudest of anyone's, and I usually have to turn her volume down. There's a couple notches, there's a couple taps on the old volume, but she's very loud. She likes to stick that mic.
Cactus.
Yes, see there?
Fun words like caucus and more with the intellectual.
See what I'm talking about? This is Nicole right here.
Intersectional. Nicole Sandler.
And she's very, very loud. At least it was not on my end. I don't know. You guys are picking it up. She's playing a video. She likes to play these videos, start her show off, song parodies and stuff, things of that nature. And of course, the volume for that is lower than her thing, so it's always up and down. It's kind of like Hal; he's always up and down. I don't think this is a song parody, actually. I thought this was the family that does like song parodies. It sounds like some sort of Kentucky bluegrass revival thing. Yeah! Yeah!
We began today with the Marsh family. You know, I ended yesterday's show with that song because I needed it.
It was so good we had to hear it again.
Today,
apparently.
I sent it out to Senator John Fetterman. In case you didn't hear, Senator Fetterman is back in the hospital. We heard that he was in the hospital over the weekend because he had a dizzy spell. Now we know that he suffered a stroke during the campaign.
Wow.
And a stroke, you know, regardless,
well, I hope he gets better soon.
Is hard to recover from. And he's dealing with issues. Now, here from today's Washington Post, the headline: Senator Fetterman checks himself into hospital for clinical depression. And let me just share with you what the story says. Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who suffered a stroke last year, checked himself into the hospital on Wednesday night to receive treatment for clinical depression. In a statement, Fetterman's chief of staff, Adam Jackson,
I didn't see that coming.
said the senator voluntarily admitted himself into Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Washington to receive treatment for clinical depression on the recommendation of the attending physician of Congress. On Wednesday, Dr. Monahan, the physician of Congress, recommended inpatient care at Walter Reed. John agreed, and he's receiving treatment on a voluntary basis. After examining John, the doctors at Walter Reed told us that John is getting the care he needs and will soon be back to himself. Well, we learned, according to his chief of staff, that Fetterman has experienced depression off and on throughout his life, He said it only became severe in recent weeks. The senator had just returned to Congress on Monday after being hospitalized last week at George Washington University Hospital after suffering
I guess
from
he'll never be
lightheadedness
president.
during a retreat for Democratic senators. His doctors ruled out that he'd suffered a second stroke. We know that he had a stroke in May when he was lieutenant governor running for the Senate. The senator has explained that a stroke was brought from my heart being an AFib rhythm for too long. Anyway, that's the story. John Fetterman doing the right thing. He was having problems, and he's dealing with them. Does clinical mean mental or physical depression? Clinical just means that he's been diagnosed with depression. I suffer from clinical depression. And I'm
Yes,
really
you do.
glad that that he's getting the help he needs. And I'm even gladder that he's talking about it. Because look, this is a subject we have spoken about a lot here on the show. Mostly because I suffer from depression. I have since adolescence, right? And, you know, an interesting sidebar is I thought about calling on Will Bunch. Here's the thing. I was out all day today, in case you can't tell. I just got back from the beach. You know, I'm moving in like 6 weeks or thereabouts into Arizona. And so my daughter, Allison, and I have decided we are going to try to spend as much time together as we can before I leave. Because I can't believe I've been living in a different city from her. And so anyway, she's off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So
different sides of the country.
I'm going to steal these moments when I can. So we went to the beach for a couple hours
I hope
today.
that
I rushed back and got home just in time to get
her
home.
daughter will move to Arizona.
So anyway, thus my casualness today. But anyway, so I was going to call on Will Bunch, but it was getting late. I didn't reach out to him, and I thought, you know, maybe tomorrow, because I don't know what we're doing tomorrow yet. Anyway, much to my surprise, you know, I'm not surprised. I subscribed to Will Bunch's newsletter through the Philadelphia Inquirer, and so I get an email into my inbox from Will Bunch, and his column today is, the headline is, "We need a national conversation about the 8 students who died at North Carolina State." I'm like, wait a minute. Will Bunch is in Philadelphia. He's in Pennsylvania. But so I opened the column, and he writes, "A wave of suicides at a major U.S. university spotlights the growing, under-addressed mental health crisis for younger Americans." Obviously, it's not just younger Americans. It's a cross-section of Americans who suffer from depression. And we need to stop stigmatizing it. We need to start talking about it openly, because it's nothing to be...
Nicole's frozen. Looks like the iPhone is still going. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully we're not buffering on the iPhone. The iPad, there she goes.
Embarrassed about it, certainly nothing to be ashamed of. I wasn't aware of this story, but Will Bunch writes, "The rituals of death have become far too familiar at North Carolina State University this school year. The initial shock and pain of the campus-wide wolf alert that yet another student has ended their young life by suicide. The message from the university chancellor attempting the impossible task of comforting classmates by acknowledging that this, quote, hurts deeply and can seem overwhelming to cope with. A reminder that this week already had a scheduled wellness day without classes for students to take stock of their own mental health and check on others. But this time, the eighth student death since September on the Raleigh, North Carolina campus, and the fifth by apparent suicide felt different, he writes. The mood is anger. So, you know, we've got a number of epidemics going on. And yeah, COVID is still one of them. But we have a mental health depression epidemic that I don't think we deal with. And so between John Fetterman publicly acknowledging the problem and getting help for it and not being ashamed to get help for it. Now, I can almost guarantee you that on Fox, they're going to be going, see, I told you John Fetterman was unfit for office. They're going to go off on him. What we need to do is be compassionate and understand
Still
that
better than fucking pause.
Got the help he
Fucking
needed,
fake, phony,
or is getting the help
piece
he
of shit.
needs. These young students at North Carolina State aren't. So many others aren't. They deal with it silently. They hide it from people who care about them, when they should know that the people who care about you care enough that you can be honest with them. You can and should open up with them. Look, I told you yesterday, I've been having a really tough time this week. I think it's a combination of a number of factors. It's the death of a friend of the show. So there's a lot of grieving going on in the YouTube chat room because we lost a friend this week. And you must let yourself mourn and grieve. But
rest in peace, Joy
Tuesday
Williams.
was also
rest in peace.
The 5th anniversary of the Parkland shootings, which affected my community and obviously affected me more than I knew. Just like Joy's death did. You know, we have to allow ourselves to feel these things and to express the emotions, because when you bottle them up inside, that's when it gets like a pressure cooker and explodes. Yep. And I'll tell you something. You know, I'm lucky in that I've got a very supportive husband. David has lived with my depression for, how long have we been together? We've been married for 7 years now. We've been together coming up on, 14 or 15, I'm guessing. I suck at math. But, he's learned, first of all, to not take my moods and depression personally, because it's not about him. It's not about anybody but the inner turmoil I'm feeling. I know there are people who get very uncomfortable when others talk about problems they're having. Well, that's their problem. But I promise you, you have people in your life close to you who care and who want to be there for you and be supportive. And if you need help, it's there for the asking. Look, I'm one, I hate to ask for help. Just like I hate to ask for donations to support this show. I don't like asking for things, but sometimes you need to. So, anyway, there you go. I'm sorry that John Fetterman is going through this, but I so respect him and appreciate his stepping out and admitting that he has a problem and that he's dealing with it. Brain chemistry. Yeah, it's a big deal. Look, my depression kicked in big time when I went through adolescence, and I've struggled with it my entire life. So I get it. And if I can do one thing, it might be to help stop the shaming around mental health issues around depression. I was going to say it's normal. It's actually not normal. It's a disorder, but it's a disorder that's all too common today. Hi, David. You're looking for your microphone. It's buried under a mess of newspapers there. Hi.
A couple of things. Number one,
yep.
15 years.
15 years, wow.
It'll be 15 years in August since our first day.
Wow, okay.
So,
yep, great.
So it's
and yes, and thank you for putting up with my depression, because it rears its ugly head every now and then, and it's not easy to live with.
For better or for worse, sickness and health.
Yep. Yep.
People who are listening may recall that there was a show a few months ago where I mentioned that one of my clients for consulting is the company Fisher Wallace, who makes a wearable device that treats depression. When I heard about Senator Fetterman, I emailed his office and told them that if he is interested, we can see to it that he gets a device, because it's very effective against depression.
Yep.
And as I said in the email, I know only too well how depression steals our lives when we are in its grip.
It does. It does. So, I'm thankful that John Fetterman didn't do this, quietly, that he's admitting it, because I guarantee it's helping somebody else out there who's struggling, who says, wow, I guess I can ask for help. So there's that. The other thing that I thought, I didn't expect to open with this, but
see how much louder her mic is than her husband's mic?
So I got that out. THC. THC helps sometimes, not always great. It's like alcohol, not good for treating depression. I learned that firsthand. THC, I guess it depends on the strain. I don't know, it depends on your depression. Anyway, the thing that I thought I would be spending the first part of the show on today, and the reason I thought I could go to the beach with my daughter and not worry about, the content for the first half of the show. David, you forget to say something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's one thing I'd like to add. If it gives anyone any encouragement, compare this to many years ago when Thomas Eagleton was forced from the ticket
Vice
as
President
George McGovern's vice president,
right,
because it was revealed that many years before, not in 1972, but many years before, he had undergone electroconvulsive therapy,
shock treatment for depression. Right,
and that was severe enough in the minds of powers that be that he should not be.
That's why I said. That's why I said Fetterman can never run president now.
To the point where a senator can say, "I'm having problems. I'm going to deal with them in the best way that my doctors advise me to deal with."
Yep. So thank you for that. Yeah, it's true, and I know this will help other people. Okay, so the other part, what I thought I'd be dealing with for this entire half hour, and then spilling over into when Howie comes on, is the report from the grand jury in Fulton County, Georgia. We had learned yesterday, or the day, or earlier this week anyway, that portions of it would be released. Now, you may recall,
so we just passed Corning, California.
Put this case on,
forgot to mention that.
Convened this grand jury to do this investigation.
That was Corning back there.
She asked strongly that this report not be released, and what she said is because she wants to protect the rights of the defense or the future defendants, because she believes that indictments are imminent. And the thing is, if the entire grand jury report were released, that could impede the defense's case. And so there are details that shouldn't be made public until the whole thing is done, if there will be charges brought. If the outcome was no charges coming, then it would be no problem.
They probably should have stopped here at the casino, because I think there's a fat burners in here.
That should give us some information that, indictments are imminent. But I thought we'd get more information. We were told we were going to get the introduction to the report and the conclusion to the report, and a section
there's
on
a
the
casino
grand
right here on the right-hand side of the freeway.
That at least one,
it's called Rolling Hills,
multiple
they got a
witnesses live
fat
under
burger
oath.
in there.
So I thought, I'm just going to share that in the first half hour. I can go to the beach with Allison, and then Howie comes on, we can talk, and I'll be good, right? So I print out the report, get to the beach, And I read it, and I'm like, this is it? There's nothing here. So we get a little bit of the background, right? The special purpose grand jury report. And it talks about how many people were on the jury, when it was convened, you know, the number of jurors present,
Yada, 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 yada,
24 is
yada, yada,
availability
yada.
allowed, pursuant to statute. If we had our needed quorum, 16 jurors present, we could do business with that. The grand jury met. It was selected on May 2nd, 2022. First heard evidence on June 1st. They continued to hear evidence and receive information into December of 2022. The grand jury received evidence from or involving 75 witnesses during the course of the investigation, the overwhelming majority of which information was delivered in person under oath. The grand jury also received information in the form of investigator testimony and various forms of digital and physical media. Pursuant to Georgia law, a team of assistant district attorneys provided the grand jury with applicable statutes and procedures. Any recommendation set herein is the sole conclusion of the grand jury based on testimony presented, facts received, and our deliberations. Right? So this is all like sort of background. Following is the final report of the special purpose grand jury. We set forth for the court our recommendations on indictments and relevant statutes, including the votes by the grand jurors. This includes the votes respective to each topic, indicated in a yay, nay, abstain format throughout. The total number of grand jurors who placed a vote on each topic has been indicated in each section. Footnotes have been added in certain places where a juror requested the opportunity to clarify their vote for any reason. Each applicable statute is referenced by citation number. Attached to this document as Appendix A is a complete set of Georgia statutes referenced below. Just know none of that appears in this 9 pages that we got today, right? So we got the introduction. The one real bit of, I guess, news in the introduction is in the final line. It says the grand jury heard extensive testimony on the subject of alleged election fraud from poll workers, investigators, technical experts, and state of Georgia employees and officials, as well as from persons still claiming that such fraud took place. We find by a unanimous vote that no widespread fraud took place in the Georgia 2020 presidential election that would result in overturning that election. So there's a finding, a definite, unanimous finding. No fraud took place. Certainly nothing that could have had any effect on the results of the election. Then it goes to Exhibit B, to order of February 16th, 2023. That's today. And basically, this is, it jumps right to Section 8. And Section 8 is one simple paragraph, and it reads, a majority of the grand jury believes that perjury may have been committed by one or more witnesses testifying before it. The grand jury recommends that the district attorney seek appropriate indictments for such crimes where the evidence is compelling. I think this is letting us know that some of these witnesses are not done with this, or I should say Fannie Willis is not done with some of these witnesses yet. Lucifer in the chat room asks, and how long have we been hearing indictments are imminent? 2 weeks? It's been only a week or two since Fannie Willis announced that the grand jury had submitted its final report and petitioned the court not to release the contents because, as she said, indictments are imminent. These things take time. Look, I'm more impatient, I promise, than any of you. And yet, here we are. So so it goes from Section 8 to the conclusion. And the conclusion is, I'm just going to read it to you verbatim. It really doesn't say much. The grand jury wishes to acknowledge the hardworking attorneys and staff of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Any legal errors contained in this report should not be laid at their feet, however, because that office had nothing to do with the recommendations contained herein. If this report fails to include any potential violations of referenced statutes that were shown in the investigation, we acknowledge the discretion of the district attorney to seek indictments where she finds sufficient cause. Furthermore, this grand jury contained no election law experts or criminal lawyers. The majority of this grand jury used their collective best efforts, however, to attend every session, listen to every witness, and attempt to understand the facts as presented and the laws as explained. And then it concludes by saying, if the court finds this report to have satisfied the purpose of the special purpose grand jury as impaneled, we request that we be formally discharged from our service. And it's dated this 15th day of December, 2022. So that's when they wrapped up their work. So maybe a month. We've known about it for a month. Look, I'm trying to go with Marcy Wheeler on still cutting Merrick Garland some slack, but it gets more and more difficult with each passing day. Louis, it's probably more than 2 weeks. It's probably a month. Still, in grand jury time, in prosecution of a former president time, they need to dot every I and cross every T and make sure that they're doing everything.
Heard that a million times.
Because the Trump apologists are going to be out in force. Now, there's a few things I've learned. One of the, if you listen to all the pushback from the right, there's going to be tons of it. One of their things is, and that's coming right from Trump himself, he's saying, well, they didn't ask me to testify before this grand jury. I've had nothing, no input here at all. They didn't ask me voluntarily. They didn't subpoena me. So obviously they know that I'm not guilty. Well, here's the thing. A target is never put before the grand jury. They will get testimony from witnesses, but the target of the investigation is not questioned before the grand jury. That is a Department of Justice. It's not a law, but it's a rule. It's a rule. So just be prepared for it because it's coming. David?
Sorry, but how about in Matt Gates' time? How long did we wait and hear about his bullshit investigation, and then they let him off?
They let him off.
Granted, the main person pointing fingers at him had credibility problems, and the other witness, who was the girl who he was supposedly using air quotes here, trafficking, had credibility problems.
So I'm going to be getting off here at this exit.
Governments and attorneys are so pathetic, they can't build a case.
It's astounding.
Anything other than those two people? But, then again, on the other hand, I'm sure if you and I did the same thing, they'd let us off too.
Oh, without a doubt, sure. Actually, I'm a big fan of Jeff Sharlet. Jeff Sharlet, a journalist, author, professor. He's just a great writer, right? And he, I'm scrolling back to see if I can find. Jeff Sharlet engages on Twitter. I gotta say that. But I'm trying to find.
Yeah, here's the pilot up here.
To Gates getting off. I guess that's the wrong terminology to use because apparently he gets off regularly, often with underage girls. So not being prosecuted, I guess, is the more accurate description of what Jeff Sharlet was commenting on. It'd probably be easier to look at my retweets because I retweeted him and I liked him because I like him. Let's see if I can find what I liked. Jeff Sharlet. Of course I never liked it. I just retweeted it, right? It's always something. I try to find something and I can't. South on I-5 South in 66. All right.
Here's a food truck they got. I've never tried it. Maybe I'll try that today.
You know, it was something.
I've always wanted to. I think I'll do that instead of Wendy's.
Never mind. I'm so wrong. Now we're going back to February 2nd. Apparently I didn't repeat it. I thought I saved it. But he's like, this. Okay, so maybe the 17-year-old.
Oh, they finally broke ground. What are they building? They were going to build like a hotel here. I don't know if it's... And then that deal fell through. It looks like they're putting tanks in. It might be another...
I'm going to find...
Either a gas station or it might be a truck stop. I don't know.
I can't find it. Because it was just...
Hope they improve the infrastructure. It's kind of a little bit of a clusterfuckery kind of place here.
So prolific.
So here we are in Orland, California. You see it's very agricultural still. It's still little farmhouses and people raising chickens and shit. Nestled up right next to the truck stop. This guy's coming out. For some reason, coming out over here. Let's give him some room. Okay, what the fuck? What's this asshole doing? Looks like he's backing in over here, so I'll just go over here.
All right, you know what? I'm going to hang up. Howie? I hear you, but I think Howie doesn't hear me. Shit. All right, Howie, I'm going to
So
hang
there's
up
still
and
plenty of room. You can back into that spot. I'll just take this spot.
Okay, I'm hanging up.
We'll be happy.
I'm going to close it out here. You know, look.
I'll be happy. You be happy. Happy, 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 happy.
They hate me. I said to George at Progressive Voices the other day, I must have done something really shitty in a previous life. I don't understand. But let's call Howie from this line and see if this works any better. See if they can hear me here. Oh, man. Okay, man. See, I bet he's still holding. Get the line. Oh, shit. All right, let's try it again. One more time. We hung up, and now we'll call back. Or maybe not.
We got 543 miles to go.
Hey, Howie. I don't. Did you hear me before?
I didn't hear you at all. I didn't hear you.
Oh, wow. No, because I could hear noise in the back. You just weren't hearing me. So, anyway, hi, Howie Klein. I'm doing okay. I took a
So we just did 4 hours and 3 minutes driving. I want to thank everybody for hanging with me. During this long, arduous thing here. I don't know why my tablet is taking its sweet ass time. I'm trying to go to off duty here. And I am looking at the chat now. I see Gus says, thank you for the great drive today. Really nice to see Oregon to Cali views. Well, thanks for being here, Gus. Thank you, Kinky Streets, for being here. Wes is here. Thank you guys so much for coming along on the drive. I see Jolie's there. Wes says his bong used to be his best friend. I can't really go. I'm not going to do the whole chat here. Let me log out here real quick. Where am I at? Do that. Do that. Wes says can't have liver, can't have onions. Not supposed to eat tongue either. Ugh, tongue is gross. Jolie says thanks, Sean. You're welcome. Thank you, Jolie. Thank you. Kinky Street says, Wes, sorry, I talked about it. I don't know. What are you talking about? Onions and stuff? I'm still waiting for my this tablet. Hello, guys. I'm just waiting for this thing to update. And there we go. Okay, now. All right. We are updated, looks like. Let me see. I got a message from Schneider headquarters. It says, where is it? Where'd the message go? Oh, it says their phone systems had a slight change. Make sure you update your phone when calling in. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'll look at that later. Let's see. So here I am over here. I got how much time I got left. I don't know why this tablet. You punch on stuff and it doesn't do anything. It takes forever. Anyhow, okay, whatever. Well, let me look. Now it's doing it. It's just taking its sweet ass time. They need to give us new tablets, man. Okay, so there I am. All right, guys. So thank you so much. I think we'll go ahead and call it a day here pretty soon. Let me just take you off of this thing here. There we go. Hold it up here. I'm here, but this business with a new website is a pain. He's really a trucker magnate. Yeah, that's it. That's the ticket. Win the lottery by Twitter and simplify our lives. Okay. I don't know. Wasn't Twitter like $40 billion or something like that? Anyhow, all right, guys. So here I am in Orland, California, at the Pilot truck stop. There's that guy. He pulled in. Okay, everything's okay over there. You got the fuel bays, fuel islands over there. Here you got Walmart coming in. There's a Walmart DC not far from here. And you can see little farmlands, little farmers over here. Still, like I said, they broke ground across the street. And I can see the big fuel tanks. So I guess it's going to be either... And those are the big ones. Like, I think it might be a truck stop going in. I didn't see the sign, if it said what it is. Now, I remember a few years ago, they were going to build like a Holiday Inn Express or something like that. But that fell through. That was right when the pandemic hit. And then it seemed like everything came to a stop, a screeching halt. And... but now it looks like maybe there's either a truck stop or some sort of gas station going in and across the street. So that's exciting news for the area, I'm sure. Anyhow, guys, I'm going to go ahead and eat my lunch. I'm going to go over to Wendy's. Or I might go to that truck. I said I was going to go to the truck across the street. So I don't know. I'll probably make the decision when I'm walking, you know. But... So I'm going to go ahead. We'll call it a day. Thanks you so much for being here. I'll probably see you in the chats. I might be lurking when Hal comes on at, I guess, 4 p.m. today, Pacific time, an hour later than usual. But I'll probably be listening and lurking. And tomorrow's Friday. If we want, we can do another one tomorrow. If you guys like these drive-alongs. Hey, now, how many subs do we got? How many subs am I at? 526. I think we picked up a couple, but we're way short of the million. And we got about 24 hours or maybe 30 hours to make that deadline to get 1 million subs. So you guys need to share and tell everybody to sub. Otherwise, we don't make the deadline. And if we don't make the deadline, then we might die. I don't know. Something catastrophic will happen if we don't get to 1 million subs by tomorrow night. So let's get. I need your guys' help. Tell those lurkers to start subbing and sharing the show, I guess. Wes says we aren't recruiting because Jolie is already too busy. Well, Jolie can't do everything, Wes. We need you and Kinky Streets and Gus and everybody. Just share your little hearts out. All right? Anyhow, maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Probably about the same time as today, sometime 9, 10 o'clock. I'll get going from wherever I'm going to be down the road here a bit. And still making our way to Riverside. I'm 526 miles away. So by tomorrow morning, I'll probably be about 250 away. Be about a 4 or 5 hour drive to get into Riverside. All right. That's Jolie said, that's what I told him. Yeah. You can't do everything, man. We need backup. All right. So without further ado, let me push the little X button. Again, thank you so much for being here. It's awesome that you guys come on and you watch the drives, and I hope that it's somewhat entertaining. I don't know, but maybe it's fun to see. You can see the road, All right, guys. So that's it. I'm getting hungry, so I got to go. I will talk to you guys later. Just keep looking for me. I pop up sometimes when you don't even know it. All right. Thanks for being here. I mean that. Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.